I don't know what that is. It's very unique to each individual, but the cash shop is irrelevant to the experience of Neverwinter. Like it's super irrelevant. To me, it doesn't it yeah, I don't yeah. But it is a clever way of it's mere exposure. Um we're not gonna go into that again for today. Might be too long. Um it's like 30 hours. You can probably do something for 30 hours and then you'll probably be looking for something else. All right, well, let's do a general introduction for today. Today is it is the 9th week. We can only do 100 pins a day, so it is the 9th week, so we'll be at 900. And this campaign is 10 weeks total. So we're here to get our 100 pins. Last week I did not do the milestone at 8. So we're going to find out if the milestone allows access to the stuff or not. I'm going to say no. And it wouldn't affect my rating of 3 out of 10 for week 8 yesterday. So we'll see if week 9 is different since I didn't tackle it. Usually I would use my main character to tackle the milestone because of the way the pins work. It's an overflow. And then leave my other 2 characters to catch up. But I didn't do it last time because I was running really late and long due to my discussion about the principles of live service and then the current philosophy of Cryptic. The building philosophy maybe is subject to change. Hopefully this year dawns a new year. Do we need audio? That's a better question. Probably not. I think we've concluded that once you get to milestones, once you get to 600, it's largely a moot point since it's bootstrapping. So that's unfortunate. I do enjoy seeing and hearing things, but I think there's some dialogue for milestone 8, but I think it's largely minimum. So let's put on some background music for this. I typically go to something unrecognizable, which is also an AI thing as well, because if you think about it, screening for copyright material is just an example of that too. But I don't mind spotting some jazz nowadays. I find myself yearning for the eccentricity of a human touch. And jazz certainly does that. It lacks, a lot of times it kind of lack form. Starting to embrace my inner chaos, perhaps. Alright, so let's go to the Northdark Reaches, which is the update. That's what the update's called. And let's see if we can. So it's 5 p.m. local time. Local time's right above me, underneath the mini map. Less than 1 hour each, hopefully. I run 3 characters in this game, the 3 tanks, and then I run 3 alts, the 3 other healers. There is a 4th healer, the Bard, but that came way later, so it's underdeveloped. So what, do we just collect? Okay, so this is the Forge upgrade for the weapon set of this campaign. Yes, we're gonna use the term campaign. And We'll see if it's gated behind party play. Because the weapon set can sorta offset. It really doesn't. I talked about this last week around the same time regarding the design philosophy where solo play tends to emphasize rewards for solo play. But I think the natural compromise for the way the game is structured now is to reward solo play with party play equipment. Because naturally speaking, the stopgap of a player leaving tends to be when the solo's done, I can't party play because every party play is gated by party play party rewards. So you have to already be in a party. Naturally, you are typically excluded. And even the solo rewards, likely when you invest in them, they are to exclude you from party play. So that was one of my major topics and digressions about the current Cryptic layout. It's still going to be a adjustment period. My solution, but it's low resource. It doesn't require additional resources to make because all the assets are there. It's just a reshuffling of where the rewards are to make the process involve each other, make party play involved with solo play without indirectly impacting the perspective of FOMO, like without preying on FOMO, which the cash shop would be an example. Pragmatically speaking, the cash shop is absolutely irrelevant. If I start a new account, it will take 30 days to get to the accessibility I have now as the current character, and the cash shop actually tends to be either the same value as the in-game shop because of inundation of supply, or it might end up being remotely cheaper. So in terms of the time to cost ratio, it's something that's not very apparent because, well, hyper focus on cash shops tend to be preying on a fundamental psychology of humans, right? It's not, you could blame yourself if you want, but that's just blaming yourself for being human. And personally, being aware of that is often sufficient for people to be very comfortable with themselves. Yeah, if they remove this icon, like right here, if this icon or this screen, this stuff, like certain things like this doesn't show up, it would still not change your experience. Now, what happens instead is, since it's right in front of your face, it will be a constant reminder of what you could be doing, what efficiency you could be achieving. But it doesn't naturally, pragmatically enhance or take away from the experience. It's making itself known that it's there. So it's appealing to people's efficiency as opposed to offering any pragmatic value. And that's how live service games are done. So if you like being normie, and being accurate about your opinions, that is the feelings. I'm not in this very specific case, by serendipity, I am not one that experiences these things, so I make this comment very trivially. If my tone sounds like it's like, well, yeah, this is how it is, it's only by coincidence that my personality is not receptive to this. I am not the target audience of cash shops, but I am also an underrepresentative of the cash shops. So I have to know that while I'm saying this, it is very predatorial. It can be very predatorial. At the same time, it's predatorial because it's pragmatically effective. Keeping something right outside of reach tend to be a great estimate to how well we understand how well marketers and executives understand their audience, at least the psychology of their audience. It doesn't change that it's not predatorial, right? For sure. It's hard to deny that that's effective. So what would you say about that? How could you compromise between the two? Well, all right. Well, something could happen. You run out of money on both ends, right? One stops earning money and one has a lack of money to spend, certainly, right? So that could be the thing that forces some sort of change, right? Alternatively, you reach a compromise in way of profits are shared or something. Others embrace it, understanding that I guess it's more of a narcissistic take, but they're beyond that. They can refrain from feeling like they're missing out. Fair? Oh, what do you mean by am I having a conversation with myself? Am I having a conversation with myself? If the game constantly reminds you of its benefits, it's such a turn on me. I don't get how people bite it. That's fair. You don't have to, Worm. Get it? Because it's beyond you to understand. As long as it doesn't create a source of frustration, right? I don't think you're conscientious enough to be triggered by other people spending their money, right? At least you don't strike me as someone who gets really upset about this stuff. However, yeah. So that sounds like you have an amicable relationship with seeing other people perhaps use money inefficiently compared to you, right? And as long as it doesn't continuously cause you to be frustrated, infuriated, or act out, it sounds like you've struck your balance of perspective. For me, it's very interesting to be able to appreciate it, like why it's effective and whatnot. Because I mean, it's not very interesting. What I think, to be fair, what I mean is like my personal stuff, and this is where that whole AI digression happened. It's just far more interesting living outside my head and my feelings. Like, what would it feel like if I did spend money? Like, how would I act if dopamine just injected into my brain when I drop $100 right now on this game? My personal feelings is I can't, because I won't get the dopamine. But imagine an alternative me. If I got that dopamine injection for $100, man, I would behave very differently. But I'm just not that type of person. Yeah. Well, you're not looking for self-reflection. So what you're doing right now is you're projecting from a person who doesn't get the dopamine response, right? Self-reflection would not be something you're considering if you're someone who's hooked on it. Yeah, no. But I don't think it's a guess. I think it's accurate. It's accurate from someone who don't get it. So, like, I absolutely most certainly think it's quite accurate that they don't self-reflect. Dopamine has this wonderful way, reward centers have this wonderful way of removing that aspect. But they are absolutely happier than you instantaneously. So the idea is to understand their personalities, how their thought and circuitry works, right? Not to project your own values and priorities on it. I'm not, this is the exercise I'm doing in my head, right? If I happen to be predisposed like that with a condition, like conditioning in my upbringing that instant gratification and whatnot is what drives me to do things. For example, is that $100 for that instant dopamine response gets me so hyped that I overperform. There are applications of the personality you think you disagree with by projecting compared to seeing the bigger picture. The bigger picture is there are individuals who spend money on microtransactions, but they're making billions in the process as well. Or any combination of the varying conditions. So if there's anything that may encourage one to explore logic and mindset outside of themselves, is to see how one part of your personality can be exploited to be more efficient or even supersede what you're projecting as a wise decision. For example, how can I capitalize on my dopamine understanding? If I get dopamine injections every time I spend money on microtransactions, I create a company. I can create a company that capitalizes on my vision on capitalizing on that. So now we're getting into the mindset, oh, but this is unethical or this is predatory. It's like, yes, from the outside, as someone who's on the out group, it will be very obvious these things are incongruous. However, who is better at designing something for people who get this feeling than the people who get this feeling? It's certainly not me. I am not going out of my way to promote that, promote what I believe could potentially be an exploitive predatory response based on our increasing understanding of psychological behavior. However, the ones that are doing it are probably very efficient at it because they know how it feels. Conscientiousness comes as second nature to individuals who know. So if you're wondering, okay, so there are people really, really rich in this world. Well, they know how to really, really make money and be really, really greedy too. How do they get more money? Well, they exploit how all the things they explore that they don't want to do, right? So a lot of things, when you get into the mindset of someone, you can take advantage, you can manipulate. For better or for worse, whatever your principles are or your morals are, it just gives you more tools to capitalize, opportunistic. So for me, I'm trying to, last week, for week 8 of this expansion, right, this campaign, I was trying to think, all right, there are things that must appeal. What are the appealing attractions of offering critique and maybe some constructive changes? Well, first, we must appeal to Cryptic about resource generation, revenue generation, timetables. So, okay, let's try to compromise with many of the priorities of the developers and then assess the majority player-based habits. So how can we reconcile these two while still meeting all their perspectives, while trading off as minimal as possible with their current perspective? So when I said a really encouraging thing that could happen is just a redistribution of reward. So when you use the rewards themselves don't necessarily change, they're just a redistribution, and you can still mitigate the FOMO experience with the trade-off of a more natural interaction between party play and solo play. And meanwhile, on the developer side, there isn't a requirement of generation of new assets. The fundamental building philosophy that they have now can remain unchanged, like pragmatically speaking. So you're appealing to as many perspectives that isn't my own perspective. The critique that I had for last week, or like just in general up to this point for the last 2 years regarding the state of the building philosophy of this game, is to cater to the majority perspectives and their priorities. All the things I said are not a priority of my own. And that's, I think, the differentiating factor between how you're approaching your conversations versus how I'm approaching my conversations. It's not to say this is just an acknowledgement that we fundamentally approach discussions of topics like cash shop and stuff quite a bit differently. It's not to say that if I reveal my personal opinions, it might actually be in line with yours far more. But being constructive and critical about things involves also negating or learning to challenge your own preconceptions. Hey Saint. Hello everyone. I was in the middle of a little digression about guess you could just call it the current state of Neverwinter. I don't really know how to describe it. I have a lot of thoughts about it. But every Tuesday, I guess, I've been doing the Tuesday, the weekly haul run of Northdark, right? And then at the end of the 10th week, which is next week, give some constructive evaluations about it and then wait for the next one. I don't know what you guys have been doing. What have you guys been doing? We're having a little deeper conversation about perspective, or at least I was having a conversation with myself, according to Foxy, which I do tend to have conversations with myself. Some hobbies are pretty exciting and keep your mental health up. Yeah, you're more productive in the end. Yeah, so that same dopamine and drives. Yeah, so yeah, I can't get away from it. Yeah. Knowing that, right? Knowing that is great, because if it's accurate to you, which I typically agree, you can harness that worm, and you can also mitigate the drawbacks. You see what I mean? Like, how do you, for example, if I were to flip this, and now that you're like, I agree with you and you're aware of it, and you know that this is how you operate, you can exploit, maximize that turn. You can also choose to mitigate when you have a task that involves not being individualistic. So you can also turn your weak points into less weak points. You can even deflect and avoid. So more if you're an individualistic person, one way to appeal to yourself about your inner workings or your inward focusing thing is you can choose to rationalize saying, I should concern myself occasionally with other people's perspective because it will make my weak points seem negligible. So you can frame it in a way that it benefits you as an individual. And it might not, then it may not seem like you're sacrificing individuality, because being conscientious of the person is self-serving. So you can still harness your mindset while kind of really actually also not. So you're maximizing what you do best, what you intrinsically do, while offsetting any potential that you involve yourself in places of where you're, at a disadvantage. We roll marbles and did giveaways all day because I got bored. Okay. Were you less bored after rolling marbles? Was it an exciting marble rolling? Did something crazy happen? Give me some highlights. One thing I'm Worm, in terms of what I'm saying is, you can still be extremely individualistic while somehow inherently being not individualistic. It's a frame of mind. So I can convince myself to do something that would be more inherently beneficial to myself without sacrificing the feeling or the motivation that I'm not being caring enough for others. That's a way to navigate perhaps motivating oneself to taking on an agreeable perspective indirectly without feeling like you're sacrificing individuality. And for me to gain individuality without sacrificing the concern for how applicable my perspective is. So withholding my personal opinions a lot is a deficiency still. Like, withholding my personal opinions have its drawbacks. So I worked with the mindset that perhaps my personal opinions may be the gateway to circumvent certain outwardly obstacles that I may have. So then it would actually be benefiting me, as opposed to benefiting me to be individualistic at times, because I only think of what it leads to. It leads to my capacity to be even more communal. And that goes back with the whole cash shop thing, the dopamine thing about if you wanted to move your framework mind into someone who gets an indescribable satisfaction from spending money, right? Maybe even impulsively get into that mindset. Well, they didn't just simply, it's not like 90% of people are starving because they are dopamine starving themselves or something. They have this reasonable balance. Or they have a working, functional, collective compromise of all their summation of their behaviors. So it's kind of like asking someone, why would you choose to do something the hard way instead of taking shortcuts? And then an honest person like you, probably, in a way, individualistically honest, not honest as in truthful or something that's up to subjectivity and whatnot, but honest as in to yourself, you may actually find yourself compelled to do something less efficient based on principle, right? So in order to get into that mindset, someone has to forego. So you would work harder and so save that time to do more things. It's that person now trying to get into your shoes and understand how much dopamine you're getting. And I'm using dopamine as a euphemism. It's more like the happy feeling, the overall satisfaction. How are you getting such a great return? Like, for example, I would love, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, I would love to be a person who, if I'm honest with myself, it gives me 300% of great swelling feelings. But it doesn't. So it doesn't motivate me to do so. So if I am right, it doesn't give me 300% return on whatever I just did. In fact, I tend to feel remorse because the things I concern myself with, I typically do not want to be right about them. So I actually get more remorse than I do dopamine. And you have to get into that mindset. So how does this affect who I am today? Well, I'm always seeking truth, right? But at the same time, I'm always humbled by my immediate feeling that being right is not the end game. How does that affect me professionally? Well, I'm always critically thinking if I am right or not. If your dopamine is constantly feeding you, if your system is constantly giving you adequate feedback every time you're right, you are more prone to overestimating yourself, and you have a higher propensity to think you're right, even if you may be wrong. All these things are conditional responses that consistently carry through your life. So getting out of your body every once in a while can help you attenuate that from time to time. So if you're ever wondering if you are an arrogant projecting person, it would require you to leave your own perspective in order to truly evaluate if you are or not. Am I a ridiculously stubborn and arrogant Care Bear, right? Well, I have to leave myself and talk to someone who's very individualistic to get an adequate perspective check, because I spend most of my time living in my head, and you do too, and everyone else does. So in order to be able to more accurately evaluate yourself, you require a differing person to be able to help you with that. It's difficult to evaluate self. That was kind of a digression, but not really. It could be longer. I thought about doing a bit on self-diagnoses, especially mental self-diagnoses. What is this? Am I supposed to? Oh yeah, I am. Whoops. So I didn't do the milestone 8 stuff today. I didn't do, not milestone 8. I didn't do yet last week's milestone stuff. So I'm gonna do that. And I really hope my suspicions are not correct about this Forge update, and that it requires something that's hidden behind party play. If it is, then I echo my last comment regarding solo rewards being solo rewards. I mean, solo questing leads to solo rewards and not to party rewards, and then party rewards not leading to solo rewards. Really hope it's not the case, but based on week 8's PE comments and requirements, the requirements for party play hasn't changed. And by party play I mean Master's Temple of the Spider. Let's see. I only really have to do the weeklies. I'm doing like some of the repeatables just in case, where maybe like 5 pins short or something like that. I don't expect to be 5 pins short. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. This might sound really disagreeable, obviously, for those who really want to try to be agreeable, but there's a lot of power to thinking, what is it in for? What is it? What is there for me if I just considered a different perspective, just for a little bit, right? What do I have to gain? And that is probably one of the greatest motivators for an individualistic person. If you want to really truly embrace and exploit your own propensities, often framing it in that way can motivate you to do a lot of things. Although, you know, that's only adhering to your pragmatism. It does not adhere to any form of morality. Pragmatism tends to be void of morality. You can really motivate yourself to appear generous and conscientious as long as you can frame it to how it affects you or what it provides for you. So indirectly, your actions can be very caring and conscientious, but all the while, you only see it as how it benefits you, which is great. You're helping people all in the meantime for the sake of your own self-improvement. I think that's a wonderful compromise, to be fair. It utilizes your talents for more than one objective, but you see it as one objective. We're not talking about bad actors, though. So bad actors are when things are taken to the extreme. I don't particularly think I'm able to ever help anyone or offer any insight to someone who is at one end of a spectrum and the other end of a spectrum. That would be most highly encouraging for professionals to tackle. Do not want to get involved in that type of situation. All right. So we have 3 weeklies, right? Oh, we do have to do... We technically have 3 weeklies. One of them is encounter. So we have to do 3 heroic encounters. I've already spent 35 minutes. Way behind. Way behind schedule. Oh, we have to kick 3 heroic encounters, but finish this one. And we finished the last one. I don't even remember that I did, but I'm pretty sure I did. And then we finished the storyline or whatever the forge is. We turned that in, and I think that's good enough. And we do that another 2 times because I have 3 tunes that I minimally keep up with on each update. Yes. Thank you for telling me where you are. I see that the marbles on stream was so engaging that I couldn't get a response for it. Alright. Fair enough. Have a few exciting topics to talk about in the future. I am a little cautiously optimistic for the vaporware that's being promised on the change of direction for Neverwinter, so we'll see how that turns out. I don't know The time frame. Well, actually, we can probably make a time frame guess. Sometime after February 7th. Probably 2 weeks after February 7th. So we're gonna say around the first week of March. Probably. Maybe? Oh, they could do an overlap thing. So 2 weeks after the 10th week. So in 3 weeks, there could be something that overlaps with the Battle Pass thing, which goes to February. I don't know how much of a executive change it is that they're advertising. I saw a hot take summary of the last, I guess you would still call them dev streams from Cryptic. Had some very safe things to talk about. Very nebulous as well. More emotional than substance. I mean, unless the thing you're looking for, the substance you're looking for is emotional, then that's a different story. Did I really not open the, oh my gosh. Lost in my own thoughts. What can I say about, well, that's relevant to this? This is B-roll at this point because I really pretty sure there are no changes other than the forge thing, which only this character has the items turned in to see what the items required for the upgrade. So then I will be able to make a comment, a Neverwinter related comment. In terms of, I guess, Silver asked earlier, I would, if you're looking for commitment, this is not it. Understanding how your time is, right, Silver? Like what you do, how your, and thank you for sharing like how your family life is right now and whatnot. From all the gathering, this is more of a, you know, you go on Steam, you need something to occupy you on a free day. This is more in that line, in its current state. If conservatively, I think that's, if I had to predict the most conservative guess on how you feel if you theoretically played this, right? Or return, or like entertain the idea of Neverwinter. 30-hour gameplay. And then it would be non-negotiable how much value, the value would diminish dramatically. And then you will naturally find something that is far more valuable, or something that will engage you in all the senses, like mechanically, and so there will be something else. It's a placeholder for, I'm being a little optimistic actually. 30 hours is kind of a lot. And we're talking about 30-hour game time, not 30 hours in linear time. I don't even remember how far I got with my characters, reinstalling out of curiosity anyways. Well, here's the deal. When was the last time you played? It was greater than 2 years ago? It's safe to say it's irrelevant. However, starting something is also relatively like changed as well. So not streamlining a game, you know, like level squishes and stuff, they tend to lower the amount of investment required, but it also diminishes the value of that investment as well. It's a double-edged sword, but you know, less to lose, also less to gain. Oh, so you are already past that point. Did you level that character? Here's a question. Did you level that character before or after the level squish? Or did you get to that point before or after the level squish? It's not really a level squish. It's something different, but we might as well. It's more commonly accepted as so because people focus on what is literally in front of their face. So I still use that term, level squish. It's not a level squish. It's a restructure, but you know, levels 20 is less than 80, so I guess I'll continue using that term out of habit. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, now it's just task done. So your route is only dependent on turning in quests. So the deviation, the standard deviation in completion time to get a max level character and then to get the necessary things, what you have on your character right now could produce a new character that has legit the entire accessibility of everything that I'm doing at this very moment. 10 hours. Yes, 10 hours. If you have, we're going to be conservative. If you have 50 AD sitting on your current character, you can make a new character 45k before the week's over. But you can have it 35k in 10 hours. But then you can just do random queues. So no more grinding campaigns where, oh, you still get the boons, right? Like campaigns still award boons. That's the old system that's still being carried over. You get like some boon points here and there. They don't dramatically enhance your experience, but there is still that incentive to do campaigns at your leisure. But mechanically speaking, it is dwarfed. So it's more like cosmetic live service stuff now. You do it because you enjoy this game, right? Or at least I don't mind playing. Wait. Collect? Oh, I still have to collect 2 things from the drow. I wasn't paying attention to the assembly required thing. Sounds like a perfect time to roll the ranger I always wanted. Yeah, that's it. When you just finish the quest line, right? It'll take you around 8 hours, probably. Reasonably. And then the moment you hit 20, you transfer, I'm gonna say you can start with 20k. Buy the 2 shirts from this, buy, not these literally, like buy shirt pants from this chapter, this campaign. It's like 50 AD. Any 2 shirts. 50 AD each. And I'm not saying 50k, I'm saying literal 50 AD. Buy 2 rings from this chapter. Probably another 50 AD each. So that's 200 AD so far. Buy, if you have even, you could even go as far as saying you could probably buy the choker, which there's a chance it's less than 20 as well. You get a free weapon set. Oh, that's gated, I guess, in terms of this, but you can probably complete any campaign to just get something to hold there. And these things, you just queue up in the lowest item level requirement, get the seals, and then you can replace your entire armor set. And you'll be 30, you'll be 40 probably. And you know, to contrast what people understand, the majority of the content is scaled. The majority of the content is scaled. So there's, and if you want to know what it is that you're looking for, right? It's listed on the zone rewards. So these are the seals. These are the new seals. These 4 pieces of gear, which just requires random queue. So you're only doing queues a day. So when I said 10 hours, I mean 10 hours spread across, because you can't, there's still time gating here and there. So what I mean is total 10-hour investment, as in game time, not like all in one day. You can't necessarily, you can do some stuff. And then the choker is the next one right here. Wait. Yeah. So this stuff, Assassin's Choker, belt, and stuff, it's at the top. It's so that, and then you buy any of these rings. Yeah, and these rings right here, all these rings in this lower box, which is the next tab in the new thing. You can even get these shirts and pants from the seals, but instant gratification, 50 AD for shirt and pants on this lower box. And you're good to go. What happens then? Hop in onto either this campaign or maybe Dragon Veil for a quick weapon set. And then come here, and then you're doing the same exact thing. What are you missing out? You're missing out the same thing I'm missing out. That's like, I'm not going out of my way to do Master Temple of the Spider. It's if the opportunity presents itself, sure, why not? But it's more of a, this has become more of a lifestyle thing than a it's for observation, it's for research. But I say that because not many people do things for academics. Most people do it for that raw emotional dopamine hit. You know, the people who come in and say, oh man, I just dunked on this person because this person thought they were better than me at this game, and I dunked on them. I can't relate. I can appreciate the idea though. With intent to, yeah, with intent to learn something. But it's, I think it would be unfair or not reasonable to tell you that there are very few things. There are more things that I do for non-academic. There are less things I do for non-academics than for academics. At this very moment, I am brainstorming about week 10's summation stream regarding the content. At the very moment, I'm like rehearsing in my head and bootstrapping what I'm going to say about Northdark reaches, like the campaign and stuff. So every time I participate in something, I'm dredging up. The word dredge may sound negative, but I'm thinking more of a Magic the Gathering and like Hearthstone and card game things. When you dredge, you're looking through your deck of stuff. Your deck being your mind palace of memories. And you dredge it to the top. Usually the dredge mechanic is sift through, look for the card you want, put it at the top of your deck. So what I'm doing is I'm stacking the deck for next week. So every week, every Tuesday, I look through and rehearse all the stuff in my head. Just so that when the time comes, I'll be able to present it in a coherent way. Much like I had a slight digression about AI and machine learning because Foxy asked about the VTuber AI that was streaming Osu for a while. I'm actively rehearsing in my head. That's generally how I compensate for my lack of memory. Contrast to what a lot of people tell me. A lot of times they say that I remember or I deep think about a lot of things. It's largely because I don't stop thinking about them. It's not because my memory is fantastic. In fact, the poor memory is my motivation to improve remembering things. So I come up with these roundabout ways and bootstrapping methods to improve it. If you have good memory, like if you want a very objective telltale sign that someone has great memory or you have great memory, ask yourself, how many methods did you do, or how many times did you feel like you require a method to enhance your memory? If the answer is I never think about how I'm short on memory, then you probably have great memory. It's more of the flip of causation and cause and effect. It's often the other way around. In logic, people get them reversed a lot of times. When someone is very good at telling you about how to remember things, they are likely very preoccupied with trying to remember things. So they likely have lower memory. So for me, I spend a lot of time talking about it. And often it may seem like I'm remembering things, but inherently I wouldn't be like this if I had great memory to begin with. You don't think about the things you're very good at a lot of times. Like inherently. So if you're very charismatic, you don't think about how charismatic you are. You are not focused on being charismatic. When I was a young wee lad, I was horrendously and poorly disagreeable. Incredibly disagreeable, to the point where it hindered my career. And to this day, it's my response to that hindrance to my career is to possibly even overcompensate for my lack of agreeability when I was younger. I was very good at doing things. I was absolutely unaware of what I was deficient at. I was really terrible at understanding all the shortcomings because I was extremely disagreeable. I'm no longer that case. Now I'm indecisive and always questioning what I'm actually good at, as opposed to the younger self where I just felt like I'm the GOAT. You know, this wild 13 to 18-year-old who gets angry at everyone because they can't understand or think the way I thought. You know, some naive child with no outer experience with other people. Because, you know, you're a child. You haven't explored yet. Not everyone has to reach that state. You can stay perfectly happy where I just chose not to. I was very unhappy with myself. Alright. The secret technique. I've heard... Okay. I know how this guy sounds. I like people who voice dwarves. I have... It kind of makes me smile when I hear your classical... This guy, the voice actor for this, has a classical like you know, I can't pinpoint it, but you know, like the whole cliche dwarf thing, and I find it very homey. And not that I actually know anyone like that, or it reminds me of anyone specific. It's just, for some reason, it just sounds very homey to. It's very bumpkin like. I like hearing people who are very plain speak. Sounds like New World's global chat. Actually, today a guy boasting about taking screenshots of teabagging his opponent. Silver. There's a really pragmatic reason that my cam is over the chat box most of the time. Even in such a dwindling community, it can be very dangerous to sit in one place for more than 2 minutes. Especially in the global chat in the hub of this game. It gets especially a little bit more wilder when you're on a time frame where one half of the world is waking up and the other one's about to go to bed, but they happen to occupy the same space at the time. And that's usually when I log in to do my dailies or like my random queues. I'm at the interface between the two because my for lack of a better term, my circadian rhythm's a little shifted, right? My circadian rhythm's a little shifted. I wake up at the crack of dawn, like at dawn. Not dawn, sorry, at noon, like high noon, just high noon. Blitz outside, soak in some rays, and then come back. So it's shifted. So I'm in that position where it can get a little wild, just a wee bit wild. It doesn't take long. In fact, within the last week, 2 of the nights, since there wasn't any chatter, it generally, when it gets quiet for like 10 minutes, there's that one person. It's that one person. Hey, pretty quiet tonight. Bam, political disagreement, ahoy. Or you can cue the QQ train for whatever Cryptic did, or somehow the baggage just comes flowing out, saying, oh man, they're still doing this stuff. I have a New Year's resolution. I wish, but it's wishful thinking. It's to wish that Cryptic changes their ways and etc, etc. Yeah. Roll the credits. Did that sound like an emotional jab? Well, yes, kind of. It's more like it's one of those things like I don't want to expect it. And I come on expecting that one day it'll be different. Remember the whole thing about being right and having remorse? Well, being a realistic person, you tend to have conservative thoughts. And what I mean by conservative, I mean safe thoughts. You check the boxes of your safe thoughts. You don't go awfully into specifics. So often, quote unquote, you're right. But you do the things on the off chance that you're wrong. Which would be dopamine for me. When I am left baffled, bewildered, in a difficult situation, and I'm not talking about like life and death stuff, we're just talking about intellectually. If I am shocked, if I experience surprise or disappointment even, that would still be more dopamine than meeting my expectations every single time. And the downside is I have conservative thoughts. When I mean conservative, not a political thing. I'm talking about a safe thoughts. Like, oh, someone's going to complain about Cryptic if I sit here for 30 minutes, and it happens. That's very general. It's very highly to happen. So I don't say something like, oh man, I bet you as in like talking to my inner self, like I bet you that I will I will get invited to Master of the Spider, Temple of the Spider, all of a sudden by a random stranger who think that they find pity to pick up a random player or something. That's extremely specific, and it generally comes from someone who's far more subjectively inward looking. So you have to be able to project those values. Someone like me would be like, oh yeah, someone's gonna look for a group. I came on because someone's going to need a tank or a healer. And they do. What would really get my dopamine running is if I log in and everyone's looking for DPS. I would be so baffled. I would sit in this game to figure out what the heck just happened. Like, why today? What is going on? Why is it not healers and tanks being looked for? Suddenly, all the DPS disappeared from the server or something. That would get me running. I would not be able to sleep until I get some semblance of explanation. That's where my dopamine is. Academics. That's the academics. You can also get academics for, yes, that's exactly what I expect. So, all right, we'll wait for another day to be proven wrong. I live to look for challenges. It's kind of awkward when someone tells me, okay, this is a hot take, and I get this a lot from over these 3 years of streaming. Not to mention some of my professional careers, but when someone comes up and loosely tell me, oh yeah, I don't like playing this I don't like doing so and so if it's not challenging. I don't find it rewarding when it's not challenging. There is challenge, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, constructively, there's a challenge in everything. The challenge, when someone tells me that, what I hear or what I interpret is you are selectively looking for a challenge. You don't particularly like challenges. You like relevance, is what I'm going to say. It's more accurate to say I'm looking for relevance, not looking for a challenge. The biggest challenge for someone who thinks like that I'm referring to is basically to do everything you dislike, which you aren't doing. So inherently, logically, you do not like challenges. You have relevance and preference. You're looking for a relevance and a preference. If it's challenging, it's extra bonus. The relevant thing you're looking for, if it's extra challenging, extra spicy, it adds on. It's the icing, but relevance. And you might be, there is a chance it might seem like what I'm saying is diminishing these people. I'm not trying to. Anyways, that's not my intent. If you focus on relevance, these individuals will apply themselves, overperform. They would be great. Sometimes looking for something and telling yourself something may hinder you from looking for things that may really make you super happy. It can drive you to doing things. So in many of the some of the individuals I met over the years, if they looked for relevance before they look for the challenge, they are more likely to find the challenge in the relevant thing. So just slightly swapping the preference, right? Instead of making challenge top priority, you start thinking, oh, I'm looking for something I like first. And then I will find the challenge in the thing I like. And just a slight swap of priority greatly enhance the consistency of this person finding something they desire. which is great in my opinion, and it doesn't affect the overall end game. You still end up developing the skills that you care about, and you still reach your life. It just increases the probability, and it's kind of like when you're working in human resources. How do you juggle the people so that they work more efficiently together? Well, how do you juggle your priorities and your mindset more efficiently so that you can lead to a higher opportunity at a lower cost? Well, cost being like your time or your effort and stuff. What do I mean under relevance? So I meet a lot of people in Neverwinter. This is all relevant to Neverwinter, so a lot of times the first comment and value of a person who plays in Neverwinter, especially MMOs, actually, we can probably generalize to MMOs, is the idea that it's not, we're talking about this is specifically on those who have clear flags of being unhappy. We're not talking about those who truly understand themselves by coincidence. So it's the phrase that I get a lot, which is, oh, I find this rewarding because it's harder. Right? And of the subset of those people who seek challenges in order to find reward, right? In order to find reward, some of these subsets, the ones that now I'm talking about, hey Mazuku, the ones that I'm talking about are the ones who are upset, who feel the necessary urge to project, right? Right? So we're not talking about the people who are actually finding challenges and love it, and then that's their motivation. We're talking about the individuals I see from time to time, like, it sounds like you're trying to convince me that you got the rewarding nature that you wanted, but it doesn't strike me as that. What it sounded to me, which I'm not going to interject in their lives and whatnot, it's just what comes to mind. And if they ask me what I think, then I would share some of these things. A lot of time, the particular individuals that I'm talking about are people who are looking for relevance first, not challenge. However, somehow they have hyper-focused and prioritized challenge over relevance. So for example, oh, I just did this thing, it was so cool, like I did it really, it's really hard, like Master Temple Spy, we were the first to do, and then they're constantly telling me like, it was so cool, like no one has done this, but why are you telling me this? I'm not entirely sure, like, so you already got the reward, so why are you strong-arming someone else to thinking it's impressive? This is just one of the red flags. There are a couple more, but let's just say over the discourse of 25 minutes of discussion, I accumulated, I would say like 5 different tells of this person needing affirmation and confirmation that, yeah, what they did was impressive, it's very valuable, they feel good about it. However, what they really were looking for was relevance. So me affirming that can provide relevance, can provide value, me being impressed, etc. However, these individuals could rechannel that the ego need, right? And ego is important to the well-being of a person. Having your self-esteem and ego in balance and in check, you know, seeking that. If they prioritize, in my opinion, if I would suggest, if they ever are open to it, just looking for relevance instead of looking for challenge, often than not, I would say, if you look for that relevance thing, you can develop the appreciation for the challenge in the relevant thing. to these specific people. That may change nothing. That's a possibility. It can, though, reprioritize and increase the odds of this person finding more challenging things without looking for challenging things, because they will find more relevant things that enables them to challenge themselves. And I'm specifically talking about a substantial group of the people I've met, and it doesn't change their outcome. They will still end up engaging in those things, you know, finding the reward and stuff, but it would increase the odds of it happening. And then you have those people who, you know, earnestly like challenges and dictate challenges, but just the other dudes who are not so happy with themselves. Like, it's not interpreted that way. They don't necessarily think that their priorities or how they prioritize is the source of their low probability of finding something rewarding to them. It takes someone outside of them to point it out. Usually a therapist. If it gets that bad, you require, you know, someone who's professionally invested or paid to be invested in finding out these disconnects between what you want, what you're doing, and if it's actually enriching for doing things that you want. That's where the relevance thing was coming. If you feel like you're underneath that category, it's worth considering flipping and seeing if it changes anything. It could change nothing. It could make it worse. It's an alternative. Yep. So we get like the purple thing, right? So this would be the purple worm thing to... But this is locked. Oh, I have to complete the quest. Okay, so this is okay. So we're gonna go complete this. Defeat 4 purple worms. What the freak? Oh, come on. Really? Okay, I'm glad I didn't do this last time. So worm on 22. Dang it. So they locked it behind a major heroic encounter, huh? Interesting. That's new. I like it. I'll give Cryptic 1 point for that. It's been a while since, and I still have to do the heroic encounters. Yeah. Unfortunately, 2 is locked out, and I don't feel like asking. So let's see if there's... Let's just go to a populated area. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, it's pretty lame way for looking for attention. Interesting enough, I have 2 experiences of that happening in a group, and it seems like everyone was okay with giving them a use, though. They surround themselves with agreeable people. It can work. It can work. The downside to that approach, right, when you're looking for affirmation, is you can't control where your affirmation is coming from. It's far more inconsistent than making opportunities for yourself. Like if you had to take a gamble, reshuffling your priorities to increase your own opportunities to seeking that reward, that rewarding feeling, is far more flexible because it's within your control, within your mindset. And affirmation is great, and you could be very lucky and be in the most lucky of situations, surrounded by people who provide that acknowledgement, that encouragement, and hold on to that, right? If you have it, if you know you have it, hold on to that. However, pragmatically speaking, it's far less consistent relying on other people. It's not bad or good. It's not a crutch. I'm not talking about morality. Pragmatically speaking, if you have people who provide affirmation for you, that's the most efficient way. Like, pragmatically speaking, someone giving you a compliment, if that's your fuel and it's readily available, shuffling all your priorities to increase your opportunities is a higher barrier. Whether you agree morally, ethically, or whatnot, we're specifically just talking about odds and consistency of results. And that's where you get into critical thinking. Where, all right, cost risk analyses and benefit. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat to see if there's any instance that are doing worms outside of 22, which is probably completed at this point. I can't believe I have to do the worms. I can't solo the worms. Not with the gear I distributed, so I don't want to do this major. It'll take longer than me just looking. I got full. I was just gonna go to the next largest instance and see if there's Also, it's not bad. I feel indifferent about someone because showing off, because I can understand and appreciate what is it that they're looking for and how it makes them feel. So it's a lot easier for me to appreciate and enable them than to tell them like, oh, what you're doing is like, I know better, and say like, oh, if you keep doing this, eventually you're gonna run out of people who wants to encourage it. That kind of thing. It just depends on how they, again, sounds very reasonable from someone who looks inward. Yeah. Yep. It doesn't depend for me. Obviously, we're at odds on that. The priority is that I see someone happy, not self-satisfaction. Well, technically it is. I've convinced myself that I do anything to ultimately try to get the best outcome for that other person, and indirectly that serves me well. Like, I'm happier knowing that that person's happy, as opposed to I'm happier knowing that I can call someone a D-bag if they're being arrogant and being toxic, or they're being very friendly or not, and I choose to encourage it. It's not really something that finds any rewarding to me. Social justice is very weak on the dopamine scale for me. I know this, but I'll behave appropriately. So, with all that said, if I'm in the company of individuals, I would try to minimize friction overall. So if there were 3 people who think this person's acting like a jerk for showing off, I would observe most of the time. I would minimize friction if I have a conflict of interest between 2 parties, unless addressed directly. If I'm addressed directly, I would attempt to mediate the 2 and to find a compromise between the 2, like the 2 groups. It would inherently, though, realistically, it would inherently put me at a disadvantage because I would be the opponent. The 2 that are in conflict of interest will view more likely binary solutions. And because I will try to strike a compromise between the 2 by appealing to them, they would be more likely to be happy at my expense because I would be the target. I would be the common enemy, common figurative enemy of those 2. But inherently, that would also achieve my goals as well. I would get closer to my goals by directing the attention to me, who's providing the counter arguments for both in order to reach a compromise between them 2. Niceness finishes last. Selective kindness You choose a side, and you be kind to one side, the side that aligns with your moralities, and then throw the other one under the bus. You're more likely to benefit in that way, pragmatically speaking. That's what would be the most effective self-preserving course of action. Okay, worms on 15. And I have no qualms with accepting that. I could go into a digression about niceness, but what I would say, and it's a matter of semantics, I suppose, sometimes like terminology. Most people are intentionally and selectively kind. The vast majority of people are not nice. Niceness and kindness are quite subtly different, but one is at the expense of self and a poor survival strategy. The other one is exceptional and opportunistic at the same time. That doesn't resonate with most people, what I just said, so it's a very unpopular opinion. It takes a lot of selective people to really understand the distinguishing factors between being nice and being kind. I am, for all intents and purposes, biased towards niceness, but in fact, my bias towards niceness makes me less kind. Kindness is something projected a lot of times. You want to be kind to someone by telling them something you think will work better. That's kindness. I'm very nice. I'm less likely to help someone in need if I don't think they actually need it. And I'm more likely to help someone when approached. So I'm less kind. Kind is when you go out of your way to impose what you think can help someone. You are projecting your values for the sake of that person. That's how I'm defining them, by the way. So it's still semantics. I'm adding more details so that whatever word you ascribe to those concepts, that's the defining concept. Someone who goes out of their way to interlope in someone is a form of kindness to me. Someone who is nice and agreeable is one that tends to not do that because it's not generally a one-person problem. Most things are connected. Nice people are conscientious, maybe overly conscientious, that they are typically observers. Nice people do finish last. That's a saying that is a really big deep cut. It's not the meaning that most people think it means. To me, personally, I don't have the same perspective on that nice people finish last comment. Kind people finish first. Usually. They at least finish ahead of nice people. Kind people finish ahead of nice people most of the time. That's why I have no problems taking compliments of people telling me that I'm nice, but I'm not sure if they understand how I interpret it when someone asks me or someone tells me that, oh, you seem like a very nice person. You always are very considerate and conscientious. And what I see is what I'm compelled to say about it is that there are a lot of trade-offs for being a person like that. You don't put yourself first, which is a detriment to your own progress and success. It's not pragmatic either. That's what nice is. Being polite involves being nice. Being kind doesn't mean you're automatically polite. interfering because you know better out of kindness is not polite. Also, being conscientious is a property of being polite as well. You think before you act. Yeah. Oh, and here's the one thing. My favorite, I think one of the really, like, I'm waiting for the groups to gather up so maybe we can attack this. Do I need to do this twice? Oh my gosh, I need to do this twice. You have to kill 4 worm. Okay, what you call it? There aren't any trains available, so I can't train this. Like literal train. People train. One thing I would say is there's this comment that happens a lot, which is, I think before I act. Or as like a badge of honor, right? But it kind of it's very charming to me that the people who say that in the way they frame it, like when they say it, when they deliver it, the line itself is hypocritical. And I thought that was really I find it really charming because it's like a innocence, in my opinion. A lot of times when people say, oh yeah, think before you act. I always think before I act. Just saying that phrase, that I always try to think before I act, means you don't actually do that. If you always try to think before you act, you wouldn't say that line like that. not in the way that the majority of people would use that line, understanding what that phrase means. The more likely case scenario for an application of that saying is when someone's analyzing what that saying is saying. So say I start with a preface and say, well, there are a lot of phrases that we adhere to that kind of removes our humanity in a bit. Like, it normalizes the emotional status of our actions. Like the phrase, thinking before you act. In a way, it's an extremely interesting human idiom. It kind of encapsulates what we kind of want to do, but don't actually do very often. Because the elements of humanity is emotional, right? So you could say something like that, give it context, give it weight. But generally speaking, the context in which that phrase is used is more like, it depends. It's a placeholder for, it depends. Well, it's too complicated. Well, I don't have time to talk about it. Or agree to disagree. Those are the phrases that are said out of context to end a conversation, a discussion that you're not willing to have at the time. Which means you didn't think about what you said. Right? Because you're not inherently, by logic, you don't want to think about it right now. There's too many things going on. So when someone says that phrase, it's often ironic, extremely ironic. Because you're saying the phrase to end a discussion. So you actually stop thinking about it the moment you said the phrase. And I think that's great, in my opinion. I find it charming because all I can think about is that this guy's a go-getter. Or this person's a go-getter. No time to think, just act. Which, sometimes it would be great if I just act sometimes. Just pull the trigger, send. Hope for the best. I say that ironically, because I don't typically hope for the best. I hope for the most realistic. Yes, I did change the terminology. Most people think, oh, you either hope for the best, that makes you an optimist, Or if you deny it, someone's like, oh, so you're more like a cynic or a pessimist. It's like, no, neither. If you're an optimist, what I'm going to say is going to sound pessimistic. If you're a pessimist, what I'm going to say might sound optimistic. But the true phrase that captures my perception is that I don't hope for the best. I hope for the most realistic. And what's the drawback and the trade-off of being realistic is that you don't get really hyped, nor do you get incredibly disappointed. And I kind of miss that quite a bit. I still experience it though. There are things, man, that stuff gets me thinking all day. I'm like so wired now when something like just completely baffles me. I get wired. I lose sleep. From my experience, doing before thinking might help with not overthinking too much and execute impulse better. You act and so forth. You act and see for a fact how good the decision. That's how about learning skills. Interesting. That's fair. That seems like a very reasonable way to think about it. I do have a counter argument to maybe I might be overstepping this a little bit, but since you have been very open about your inner workings, do you feel that your individualistic disagreeableness agrees with what you just said about your experience? Because inherently you are selectively thinking about most of the skills you're choosing to learn or not learn. I think if I'm gonna be a little bold here, just a little bold. You can choose to refute because you know yourself better than I do in terms of salient actions. But since you are very selective in nature and very individualistic, you are less likely to act before thinking. Because you have to predeterministically determine if you're interested in learning that skill or not. You think of it as a tool, you don't think of it as okay, that's fair. Because you like, if I had to take a guess, you don't actually do that most of the time. An individual who is very disagreeable will most likely enter an act of thinking before doing something, because they have to select out anything that's disagreeable to them. It's not to say that you overthink either. No, you probably wouldn't overthink it. An agreeable person who is prone to overthinking for sure. I totally agree. And they will take longer to act usually before thinking about it. However, someone who specializes in stuff like being selective, it involves thinking before acting inherently. You have to choose if you're interested. Okay, so 2 worms. We have to kill another 2 worms. You know, I'm just not gonna kill the 4 worms for the other 2 characters. This waiting is gonna spike my Neverwinter time, which is a lot already. All right, worms up in 22. So let's go to 22. All right. I like to think I will be pleasantly surprised, if the upgrade to this weapon set requires just the stuff from the questing region. I will be pleasantly surprised. I can't really prove I actually do that. Not in this kind of environment. You have to take my word for it. Prove what? I don't think you need to prove anything. I think I'm taking your word for it already. Like, what you're doing is a reflection of what that is. What you just said is a reflection of what that is, too. I was hypothesizing. I was suggesting perhaps you may think about doing things before you act far more consistently than you might be able to appreciate. But I'm not saying you actually do. I'm just suggesting that might be something worth looking in, like seeing. That might be something fun to see if it's actually if it's closer or not. The things we do very often are the things we pay less attention to. So a lot of times it's kind of fun to ask someone, like I would ask Silver, if we habitually spend enough time together, like in this manner, what do I do very frequently? And then it would probably be something that I am unaware of. Human perception is kind of weird like that. The thing you do intuitively or most frequently tend to often go unnoticed after a while, then stay noticed unless you're actively telling yourself and constantly actively being reminded of it. So streaming is a great way to actually remind. Sharing your experiences is a great way to remind you of things you do very, very frequently, because you're constantly exposing yourself to people who don't live inside your head. What do I do very frequently? Well, there was a point in time when someone made the notice that I say the word interesting nonstop. So since then it has become less frequent. It left me with the power to alter my behavior, you know. I choose something like that is because it's less harm, you know, like it's a bit harmless to talk about, so makes it more relevant. Like there are a lot of things, little tiny details that are difficult to know if you do it very frequently. All right, we get to find out. Oh, okay. After killing these worms, is this the end of the quest line for this forge thing? I doubt it, but like there's still like another item to make. It's probably the last task, but conservatively, it probably requires a reagent from Temple of the Spider. Moment of truth after this. I'm very scatterbrained right now, the worm. So hopefully that doesn't occupy your mind too much. It was probably very convoluted the way I went about saying things. Again, fair warning. Things can get a little exhausting at times. Okay, I guess we can use a different word. Trying is probably the word I would say. Some of my best friends use that word instead. It can get very trying sometimes. Exhausting sounds a little bit negative. Yeah, that. So, that's quite close to what I'm referring to. So I don't know if from your experience, right, doing before thinking might help with not overthinking too much and execute an impulse better. What I'm saying is I actually think there's a chance, since you like to be very selective with your thing, you actually think very often before doing, and it doesn't lead to overthinking, if you know what I mean. But part of the problem of what I'm saying is that you might, if I'm saying what I'm saying is maybe true, you've already been doing it very frequently. It's hard to know until you actively track it. Because if what I'm saying is already true by default, it would go unnoticed. It would likely go unnoticed. And it requires like being around someone or something. Like thinking if you like it or not is thinking before doing something, right? So I don't know how often that happens. I know, you know, I'm well acquainted with people who think before doing, but it's as simple as saying, nah, I don't, for whatever reason, I don't like it. That's already thinking before doing. It's kind of interesting because I also think before I do something, but I am more likely to do it because of the experience. So those like the connection between prone to overthinking and not doing something, or doing something without thinking, will lead to more likely doing the thing to learn. It's a complex relationship for sure. And I think a lot of times people do think before they do things. It's just they do it so often it goes unnoticed. And those individuals who I would say are more common right now do not end up overthinking. They don't overthink, so the thing that they're doing, which is thinking before doing, goes unnoticed. For me, the answer is in the environment. For example, a fast-paced game you have to do before thinking a lot, because if you double down on decisions, you will both... That's a condition. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Let's think about the example that you just said. I'm talking about the tendency of someone. You're talking about a very specific situation. The chances of those specific situations coming up are less frequent than being applicable to what I'm saying. In a fast-paced game, you would trust your gut, right? But you would lean on what you feel is a good action. Sure, you might not consider it as thinking. I think that's probably the root of it. But I'm not going to argue with you on that one. That I agree. Yeah. In that very specific situation, certainly, for sure. Are you doing that 99% of the time? I think you'd probably be doing that like 5% of the time, maybe. 10%? I'll give you 10%, maybe. Understanding that particular, using that particular example to inform an action that you spend small percentage of your life doing may have less impact, like reasonably would have less impact overall than looking at what you do more, like when it's more applicable. At least I don't think people do that all the time. I could be way out of my depth here, right? I don't think it's dependent on the environment a lot of times because it's negligible. Like the range of environments. You have your extreme environments that will lead to a strict preference of one or the other. But 85% of the time, we're going to use a normal distribution. 85% of the time, you have the luxury of deciding whether you think or not think. Yes, I agree. Life and death situations, high-paced games, absolutely. Those would be on the outside of sampling. So if you want to choose extraordinary cases to make your case for dependence on the environment, I agree. Absolutely. The extreme cases will affect that line of thinking. Wait, I have to go back to this guy. Okay. Really? Oh, wait. Okay. So if I start this, this would give me this next thing. Alright, so I got this stuff. Now what? Requires completion of Feast on the Strong. Alright, alright. So we do this. Harvest spores. Okay. Wow, this storyline is a lot longer than I'm thinking. Thanks. Hello there. So wait, do I need... Oh no, I'm gonna run out of currency as well. Wait, I'm not getting pins for this? Oh wait, I'm getting 5 pins for each one. Alright, this main storyline got normalized to 5 pins instead of 7. That's weird. What the heck? Oh, it's any myconoids. Wait, I guess we can just bop people down here. Maybe I won't do all 3 characters this way. Man, that is dragging it out. How often does this thing drop? 1, 2? Just 1 per group? Really? You don't even want to kill this thing? Do you feel like you're one thing I want to know is that's a very specific reason. Do you find yourself in that type of situation often? It doesn't have to literally be a game. I'm just talking about not having the luxury of deciding whether to think about it or not. Oh, you're trying to... Oh, okay. Do you think that's the only way you could learn about the game? Ooh. I just had a great idea. I'll have to think about how to demonstrate. What's a decent way to demonstrate it? You're just testing out what works? Fair enough. All right. Now are we done? Okay, we're gonna have to reprioritize how we're gonna do the next two characters. I think it's probably just hit the 2 weeklies and then finish the story, the whatever this is, the storyline. I'm fixing this guy's forge and stuff. Feast on the strong. Defeat elite champions. Okay. Elite champions. Okay. Novelty is a little bit wearing out. That's gonna be a rough one. Let's see if we can find a train or something. Need more on 8. 8's full. There are dungeons. There are... What do you qualify as a raid? Dungeons? I'm gonna say conservatively, yes, there are dungeons. Most people would consider them dungeons. What is the requirement for a raid? 10 plus? There are raids in this game. The dungeons are like 2 to 1. So that for every raid, there are usually 2 or 3 dungeons. Dark on 7. Hopefully that helps. Seven. There are only 4 people there. I don't want to wait. Oh wait, Darkness is a bad one. Darkness only has 1 elite champion. I'm guessing elite champions have to be like 5? Are you telling me I have to go back to Frenzy or Prison Break? Wait. Hold. Elite champions? Does that mean I can just... Oh, wait. Are the elite champions... Wait. Hold. Actually, I might be misinterpreting this. Yeah, the 10 mini bosses. That's what I just gathered. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Alright, this isn't too bad. Oh, it is kind of bad, as in kind of undesirable for me at the moment, because I'm more prone to be more, I want to be efficient. But let's just see what is at the end of this and then decide if the other two characters are going to even do it. That's basically it for today. You can do any, even the same one over. I know, but there's spawn times, Valor. That's why it's not great. Even if it takes less than 2 minutes to kill an elite. So you would have to instance change, which takes more than 2 minutes. Or has to be 2 minutes plus. You're restricted to spending 2-minute shortcuts. So I will probably do a circuit of 3. Nope. Dang it. Exactly. That's exactly. That's part of the problem. You need 2 seconds to eclipse for that to happen. So then we'll just do the 2. It will be 2 minutes, and then we go back to that campfire, and then go back. We won't do a circuit 3. Oh wait. Oh no, that's not the dude. It's the other. It's on the other side. No, we can't get the 3rd. That's not a unique. That's just a brood. A spooter. A fat spooter. There is someone that may by chance path down, but oh wait, we can get the one dude as well. He's over in the little crevice over there. Oh, and on the way to the campfire, actually we have 4. We have a circuit of 4. We could do for circuit of 4. Cause there's this guy here. Yeah, it's not too bad. There should be one over there. And I think this will take us to the first campfire. If we change instances, which would take us back to like the guy on the cliff. I hope I'm closer to, yeah. And there's gonna be a guy on the cliff. The mind flayer. Okay. Good thing these guys aren't important. Imagine if it was a freaking Sharendar bounty. Oh my gosh. It'd be like an enemy now. The Sharandar bounties, though. Dude, the Sharandar bounties. Oh, man. Those were some dark times. I'm in love with my car. Wow, that's an amazing name. Someone name I'm in love with my car. Just type something. I actually don't know if they're immune during that whirlwind. I don't think they are, actually. I have a habit of just staying out of whirlwinds, but I don't think they're actually immune. Huh. Oh, I got overwhelmed. My bags were full. I don't know what to keep and what to get rid of, so I logged out. What the f... That's understandable, Silver. You know what you need, Silver? An excellent roguelike game. Then you'll wish your bag is full with stuff. And you know what the silver lining is? You get overwhelmed and then you lose, and then your bag is completely empty again. Whoops, I keep going in circles while I was digressing there. You know? Pick up a roguelike game, it won't ever be overwhelming in the beginning. Then it becomes overwhelming, and then you're just like, oh, well, I can't do anything about that. Lose, and then start all over again. It's less whelming again. It keeps getting to the point where you become overwhelmed, and then, you know. And then you get under, you know. Progressive overload of the noggin. Oh, yeah, that's fair, actually. That's fair. Yeah. It's kind of gross because my peak thinking hours is at midnight my time. I haven't even settled into my manic yet. I get manic when my when I stop streaming, because I stop talking about coherent things. Fun fact, I'm far more composed when trying to tell people something or talk to people about something than I am when I'm alone with my own thoughts. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. It's kind of what I'm trying to communicate a lot of times. I think if I had to quote unquote psychoanalyze my own motivations, I spend most of my time trying to stay outside my head. So interacting with people tend to keep me outside my head, because when I'm in my head, there's no purpose. Like there is a very maelstrom of vigorous directions in my head. So when I occupy myself with tasks, and you ask yourself, well, what task is limitless? Helping people is a task that's limitless. It gives me a sense of orientation and direction to focus my efforts. All right, so we buy this, right? Okay, it's not time gated. Excellent. The spore is not time gated. I still don't know what's at the end of this, so let's find out. Essence Thief. Requires the completion. Oh my gosh, this keeps going. So help me if it just gives me that box. we won't do that on the other two characters for the time being. All right, so we're gathering Sabor light crystals. Joy. Does that mean just killing? What the heck? Oh, okay. This is a pretty substantially long fetch quest. Well, not really a fetch quest. It's more of a drop quest. Kill, drop quest. Or kill. It's alright. It's substantial though. So I think this week is gonna get a higher grade. Why are these things? Oh, these things. Cute. Oh, well, this is a fetch quest. It's actually not bad for a decent weapon set for solo play. Yeah. Oh! Valor, you're not supposed to spoil it for me. I've already read into that. Now I don't get to be surprised. I think you just ruined my dopamine. Thanks, Thaler. I just read into what you just said. So they really did do it, huh? That's kind of nice. Wait. Just hold on to that thought. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I need even the little slightest bit of interest. Okay, calm down. Tyler, hold your tongue, please. Own it, guy. Just hold for it. I do like that you distinguish between solo play and party play. That should, in my opinion, encouraging that terminology can help create a distinction so that which can better communicate or demonstrate to those who are paying attention or who are interested, or even the devs, to make this distinction between party play and solo play, especially when it comes to the way it's structured to reward and stuff. It's very important to me, in my opinion. If there's something that I would probably get behind, is the shuffling of solo play and party play rewards. All right, let's see. So they really did do it, huh? Hold. Everyone just hold. This might actually be the best week so far of this campaign. We'll find out. Well, it's technically last week's, but we're gonna count it for this week because I didn't do it last week because I don't like that the pins overflow. But let's find out. Okay, so here's the essence thief thing, which off we go. More, all right. I might do this on the other two characters then. Because, maybe I can wiggle my way into something. I'm not gonna do it on my other two characters today. It's I'll keep to my traditional pattern. I do the thing on one character and then subsequently follow up with the other characters the following week. I stagger the thing because doing the 3 weeklies, turning them in, I like doing the heroic encounters and then doing the 2 weeklies and then 5 repeatables is, it's like nice. Wait, are you telling me they recycled this? Oh wait, did I not do this yet? Oh wait. No. Hold up. Hold the. Okay, just no need. Just Hold the thoughts. Hold the thoughts. I was not paying attention. I was spiraling out of control again with my thoughts. Silver. Do you have Prime? Have you seen a show called Three Pines? Starring Alfred Molina. I keep wanting to put an O at the end of his name, but it's Molina. Okay. Are you familiar with Three Pines? Maybe like the book series or something. I'm not familiar with the book series. It's just I started watching Three Pines. I'm at like the last... are like the last 2 episodes. They're episodic in a way, like a case by case thing. Completely unfamiliar. Ooh. What are your thoughts on murder mysteries? Or not? Yeah, I guess we would consider them murder mysteries, but like fictional murder mysteries. We're not talking about true crime stories. Not to be confused with true crime stories. What I'm saying. I really like it. I feel like it's an underrated show, but it really captured something about someone, like about the man. The character that Alfred Molina portrayed. Oh, that's a little glimpse into... I felt I was connected to that character in some way. Wait, what the heck? Are you serious right now? Wait. Wait, did the Blade Master... Did that Blade Master... Oh my gosh, I'm getting grief by a Blade Master that isn't even a barbarian. Are you serious? Oh, okay. I can still hit it with the mount power. No one saw that. It's okay. It's part of the charm. It's a feature of the game. I like my content to be usually not to think. It's not that type of so it's not a true crime story. That's what I'm saying. It's a work of fiction. It's for provocative, profound storytelling. You're not there's no like did you figure it out kind of thing. It's not a murder mystery. It's more of a drama. But it's about someone who solves mysteries. It's a really... Oh, man. It really hit home. Like, Alfred Molina. Like, I think that's one of... Wait, I'm so confused. I have not done these yet? Wait. Oh, are you telling me I have to enter the 3 areas to absorb? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm not doing this on the other 2 characters. The 3 places for the weeklies were the areas. I don't know why the second place isn't a repeatable, but oh, you have to absorb the essences. Oh, I get it. Yeah, fair enough. Dang. That's certainly one way to triple dip. That's a lot of triple dipping. Holy heck. Wow. I don't know if I should keep neutral That it's maximizing of resources, or question the triple dipping? I mean, that is certainly one way to do it. I don't know. So effectively, they got you to do the 3 locations again. It's like deja vu within a deja vu. Or, I guess properly, it's a inception, right? I'm feeling like I'm... Oh, no. It's more... I feel like I'm more in a time loop. Like, didn't I just do this today? Why, yes. You did just do this today. Didn't I do the second thing before? Like in week 4? Why, yes. You did do this before. Did anything change? No. At least currently, I do not see any subtle changes. If there is one. British detective story. True crime? Fiction? Bosch is American. River? Oh, okay. I have not watched that. Luther? I have not watched that either. But yes, those are most definitely meets that criteria. This one is more of a this is more of a human condition piece. True detective stories are like, sorry, detective stories. I don't know if they're fiction or realistic fiction or true crime, but this one is a human condition show. And Alfred Molina tends to do that while he's not, you know, randomly coming back as Dr. Octavius, right? So the profoundness is not catching the bad guy, for example. Or the mechanical pragmatism is not to disillusion or remove mystery or provocativeness. It's more a statement about the tolls that such things take on people. The idea of having homicides, baggage, and stuff, it investigates the motivations of crime, as opposed to the solving and the liberating of and the delivery of social justice. Stellan's, yeah, that's hard. I'm not familiar with the face. I don't have a face in my mind's eye right now. You know, there is some fun trivia about Alfred Molina, though. He is now a citizen of the United States, but he has a really multicultural background. And Three Pines take place in Canada, not United States. Professor Selvig and Thor. That. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. That does help. Silver. Yes, that does help. That's not the first role that I've seen him in, but that does help. Thanks. I know who that person is. Good. Also, I saw a Blade Runner style one that was pretty heavy on the sexual content at first, but picked up a lot and was really good. Oh, that's interesting. Blade Runner style. With a lot of sexual content that turned into... That's a lot of science fiction. What could it possibly be? Is this like, are we still talking about a Netflix program, or are we talking about like something else now, like HBO or something? You know what I'm getting at with that. Oh, you're still talking about Netflix? Okay. No, I'm not sure. You're watching Alice. Yeah, it's a weird show, but it's Alice in Borderlands is based on a manga, and the manga is during the hype of BRs, battle royales. You know, the resurgence of the popularity of battle royales, high stake reality gaming. The second season has been in limbo for for quite some time. Alice in Borderlands. One might even say they're getting to the point of developmental hell, maybe. So stay tuned for that one. Oh, Alter Carbon. Heavily sexist. Yeah. Alter Carbon got did end up concluding, but it did get canned as well. So pretty I enjoyed the premise of the show. I was very I was a avid watcher at the time. Yeah, but that's like not... Oh, did you say at first? Okay, so just the first 2 episodes, I see. I know what they are. Like, I still remember what happened in the first 2 shows, but fair enough. Yeah, fair. Yeah, they certainly did. Yeah, so when you describe the Blade Runner style, and it started off like the way you described it, Alter Carbon was not something that came to mind, but a few other shows did, which also starts off the same way because it involves the human body form. The message of that science fiction is to contrast and talk about the biological body versus the conscience, like this, I guess, the soul, if you will, the consciousness. So inherently these types of shows tend to share that in common in the beginning. Actually, there are quite a few shows that used it as a way of subverting. I'll get to it when I get to it, but yeah. I don't have an active Netflix subscription right now. I'm actually in limbo right now. The only subscription that I have persistently is Prime because I have to use it for other things. I'll add that to the list with Matilda the musical, Del Toro's Pinocchio. You just get this by default by leaving afterwards? Really? Legit. I thought for a moment there I forgot I interacted with them. You actually don't even interact with anything. It's just the same loop. Identical loop. That's fair. I'm not looking for feels though. Del Toro's piece goes beyond feeling. I watched Zawalski's. Is that I forgot his name. Right. I don't know if it started with a Z or an R. But I saw I saw a bit of, I mean, I didn't finish it before my Disney Plus subscription. By coincidence, the reimagining of Pinocchio from the OG guy, Zarowski or something. You're gonna have to help me with the name. Was released within like the week or 2 weeks of Del Toro's Pinocchio as well. And that one kind of did not inspire inspire confidence. That guy also did something recently too, and it also did not resonate very well. He brought something else back. The person I'm talking about is the guy who like did the long-standing dude who did most of those Disney films. There was another recent one. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet, but because I was watching Orville. Zemetsky, that's it. Yeah. Zemetsky. Yeah. So basically, it's becoming like a George Lucas. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate, but what's happening is it's like the cycle is it's mirroring the George Lucas cycle problem, where perhaps Zemetsky wanted to reinvent themselves or like try a different take, and then it just didn't resonate. Like the reason I'm saying this is the comment you made is a very reflective of what's facing Zemetsky right now. Like most of the work that the person is commissioned to make. Like watching Del Toro's thing, expecting to for feels is something that requires a reevaluation of what Del Toro's pieces tend to intend. Zemetsky, on the other hand, does go for the fillers. Like they kick you. He tries very, like it's his brand, but the most recent one, because of the medium change, like the live action transition, it kind of tied Zemetsky's classical filmmaking. It like gimped it, if you know what I mean. Like Zemetsky is effectively having his hands tied by having to go beyond the expectations of animation in order to still capture what Zemeckis used to do, which is to use the more or less unrealistic but Disney like feeler kicks of those type of things. And Del Toro, by all means, that's not the intent of Del Toro. So my interest in watching Del Toro's films is entirely within a different perspective of why I would watch it. Academics, once again, but still, yeah. I find it very fair that it probably didn't hit the fills. Regrettably, Zemeckis that person has an uphill battle because you're going against social trends. Basically, you know, like Jon Favreau when he did The Lion King, right? The live action Lion King. Favreau had to do something that wasn't trying to be like, he had to unapologetically go to a different. He's not Zemeckis, someone who has a brand within Disney. So Favreau had some other, like, it's almost like it worked to his favor that he was doing Lion King as opposed to Zemeckis doing Lion King, because you get trapped into expectations, right? But at the same time, it can favor someone if the person watching is someone who isn't looking for something that is part of them, or coincidentally they're looking for the same thing that the director is looking for. Yeah. And it's a very Zemeckis thing, is what I'm saying. By coincidence, when we're talking about Pinocchio, you would think, like, if I were gonna recommend something and it deals with the topic of Pinocchio, I would recommend Zemeckis' Pinocchio. However, unfortunately, I've been following this weird compare and contrast between Del Toro's Pinocchio and Zemeckis' Pinocchio, but at the same time, it's not wait, oh, it's unfortunate that it's more of a it's unfortunate. There are things, the medium change just was too difficult to circumvent. I do feel that, though, in later down the road, when people reevaluate or look at the transition or the intent, like if they were looking outside, there might be some intellectual and academic lesson or learning experience from what's happening right now with live action Disney. I'll just call it live action Disney. Just basically the remake of the classics. And the reason why I bring up George Lucas is because it's not because direction changed, if you know what I mean. Like, it's not because someone picked up the direction. It's still largely unchanged creatively. It's to demonstrate how inexperienced they are, though. So to contrast between Zemeckis' live action Pinocchio and Jon Favreau's Lion King, Jon Favreau is coming from a different skill set in direction, so he could offset that as well and not have the legacy of baggage, the expectations. The Zemeckis is the uphill battle. The medium is changing, and somehow, you know, he's going to try to stay in his wheelhouse to communicate the same, like, Disney flair. But when you legitimately, fundamentally change the characteristics of your movie from Disney, how consistent it is would you say you would gamble all on trying to recapturing something that it inherently isn't anymore? So Favreau unapologetically did what he does as a director, instead of saying, oh yeah, but we need to do the Disney thing, maybe we should get like Simba to smile more and stuff. It's like, no, if it doesn't please if it doesn't please the heartstrings, they can go watch the old Lion King. But we gotta be unapologetic about this. Do what we do better, as opposed to trying to do something that it is not. And that tends to be a very difficult decision. Like, it's a really big gamble. And if there's anyone who gambled with this with pretty disastrous results, it was George Lucas. I'm not trying to like raise pity for him or something. It was a tough decision. Like, he wanted to do something as a creator, right? But he created the feelers. Like, he created mouth frothing fandom, and that worked against his change of direction. Del Toro's brand, going back to Del Toro, is literally not catering to fandom. So the fandom is expecting him to not ever hit you the same way each time. Which, to me, obviously it appeals to me. I've discussed about my addiction to novelty, if you call it addiction. My dopamine needs for being subverted, and Del Toro is that. He's one of the directors that does that. Whenever I see something, it's like, yeah, this is a Del Toro movie, but it's Del Toro not because it's consistent. It's Del Toro because it's inconsistent. Pinocchio was his first foray into stop action. So that's his first stop action movie. It's like, yeah, you know, I like stop action. Let's make a stop. Sorry, not stop action. Stop motion. I said the wrong phrase, but you know, yeah, I like stop motion. Let's make a stop motion movie. I like big robots and monsters. Let's make Pacific Rim. And then, meanwhile, let's make movies that no one has ever heard of, because I can guarantee you there are 3 Del Toro movies that no one has even seen the light of day or on a Google search. They were great movies though, but not for everyone. Definitely for a very, very, very small audience. Still well received within the audience. Del Toro knows how to target his things. It's like, hey, you know, if you're a casual, yeah, sometimes I'll go casual. Pacific Rim. And Pinocchio is kind of close to that, but not really. It's more like a Wes Anderson thing, right? It's mostly not for everyone. It's mostly for a bigger group, but bigger than the usual group, but definitely smaller than mainstream. And that's where he's always been. I think Pacific Rim was the most mainstream Del Toro has ever gotten. So help me though. Is casting Ron Perlman? Yeah, that's... Listen, Wes Anderson does it. Martin Scorsese does it. You know, you gotta... That's... Honestly, I think that's the one thing that defines these eccentric directors more than their actual content. You know what I mean? Like, oh, wait. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio's in this movie. That must... It's already 85% chance this is a Martin Scorsese film. Like, immediately, the moment you see the lead actor, it's like, wait a minute. there's a greater than 50% chance this is one of those directors associated with it. And I think that's kind of fun. That to me, that's the reason why it became easier to remember directors' names and actors' names. I started paying attention to like the motivations of talent or the hiring consistency. And the moment you remember a director, you remember an actor's name, right? And then because you remember those two things, you remember all the movies they're associated with. So you're creating these networks where you're constantly reinforcing. Johnny Depp and Tim Burton, yep, for sure. Tom Hanks and oh no, Tom Hanks has one too, and now I've forgotten. I haven't seen a film with Tom Hanks in it for a very long time. I'm not even sure if he's retired yet. Hanks has one, maybe one or two directors. Nolan is kind of harder. I mean, he tends to prefer like the Christian Bales and McConaughey kind of approach, like strong men. Like he does a strong men preference. So like maybe even Denzel Washington and stuff. Like any strong man role, Nolan tends to hire an actor that fulfills a strongman role, like Russell Crowe or something, kind of thing. Spielberg is a big one for Hanks, for sure. But then again, Spielberg is also something for what's his name, Shia LaBeouf. We won't talk about that, but you know, a certain thing that ushered in the Michael Bay shenanigans. But you know, I guess Zemeckis does a lot with Tom Hanks. He does, because Tom Hanks is he was a Disney boy, right? He was a Disney man. I mean, wasn't Tom Hanks literally Walt Disney in that one movie? I mean, figuratively, but what I mean is the role he assumed was literally Walt Disney, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was Hank's role. I forgot what the movie is called. It's not called Walt Disney, like a dramatization. I forgot what the title was. Not that obvious. Yeah. He's the all-American, you know, he's that wholesome guy. Tom Hanks is the wholesome guy. If you want a more of a bad, like I've got a chip off my block, then you go like Nicholson. or maybe Christopher Walken. Like then you go like a little bit to the caves and find, you know, Jack Nicholson and stuff. But yeah, Tom Hanks is the wholesome guy. He's the wholesome face of American actors. Who's the... Oh man, every Nicholson movie. I have no idea if he's... You've watched every Nicholson movie and I have no idea. I think he has this thing where Nicholson has this thing where he doesn't really have to act, he just has to appear, and it's like, oh heck, wait a minute, is he doing anything? It's like, oh, I just feel like he's doing a lot of things, but I think my foray into Nicholson peaked when I watched when I went back to watch 2 Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I don't remember who directed that one actually. All right, let's see. Are we at the end? Is this it? Is this the essence thief? End? Is this the end? Wait. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so much currency. Okay, I don't have enough currency on the other characters to complete this, and I'm not gonna farm the currency, so we're just gonna only do it on one character. Is this it? Is this the end? Are you serious right now? Oh my gosh, I don't even have the currency. One flew over the one flew over the cuckoo's nest. My gosh, you freaking need currency. Well, at least you get these. All right, that's fine. So they did do it. Excellent. 1 point for Cryptic, even though this is a solo set. So newcomers can just complete this and do it. Yeah. Well, at least there's that. It's still a solo set though. It's not really party play. I spent my currency, like this type of currency, because I was doing companion gear. Yeah, alright. Well, it's pretty alright. Yeah, it's not bad. Plus the set bonus, damage is... Yeah, it's not bad. It's a heck of a way to make your... It's a heck of a roundabout way. Oh, I only have to finish this though. So let's just finish this. I'm not going to complete the thing. I have to do 2 other characters, so we'll just do the character. I think you still have the Legion set. That's fine. I honestly, because of the way scale content works, unless you're going to Temple of the Spider or doing any Master Trials, it's just like whatever. Free captured myconoids? Wait, they were captured myconoids here? Really? Oh. No, that's not it. That's a freaking dungeoneering kit. Wait. What? Do I just kill to free? That'd be weird. Hold up. Yeah, that's not it. Oh, am I supposed to press F on things? No. Wait. I swear I haven't ever seen captured myconoids in this area. Hold up. Hold. Everyone hold their thoughts. I hear you thinking. Stop it. That's not it. Excuse me. Slow tower, then slow depths. Wait, what the? No, that's okay. It's tempting. I can imagine. Oh man, I still have all that junk from the Winterfest. Man, so much junk. And so help me, if it involves me killing something with the set, I'm going to be a little upset. Interesting. Let's just take a look before we start to assume stuff, you know? I really hope it's not that, because that's gonna trigger me a little. I'm starting to feel like Starting to look that way. I don't like it. No, I don't buy head starts. That's not, yeah. I don't buy head starts. If you could believe it, there were more people on that week than the free. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. That phrasing, but I see what you mean. I am about to lose my attention span though. Oh no. I'm starting to get this sinking suspicion. But let's... Okay, well that requires... Okay, alright. It's not that. Which is, at least we can know that from process of elimination. Okay, so... It might get extra points for this, to be honest, because it's certainly subverting the normal gameplay loop. In terms of the pragmatic ramifications of this, I might have to do this next week. I think I'm getting a lot of diminished return here. Why is it only highlighted here? Oh. It's also only highlighted in this region. Even though myconoids are everywhere. Captured. Are you still holding? You are probably gonna hold until next week. If that's what you're asking. I'll come back next week. Unless I'm somehow magically inspired. I guess they're just there. I mean, did I really miss them? That was weird. I guess I really did just miss them. Hmm. Yeah, no. There were one or two that were just not spawned in from the previous person. So whether they are hard to see or not, I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced they were even there in the first place. Because of a passing player. This DOT lasts for quite some time. Thank you. Is there one here? Okay, I should push this back. Oops. That's not it. At least the spawn times are good. Alright. Hopefully this is the last one. I could see this going on for another two more. Like one in each area. I could see this going to Spinner's Halt and Shimmering Web. Let's find out. Oh no. We know the end thing, but let's look at our pins, right? It's at 50. We're gonna call it a day. I would say it does get you to bootstrap through everything by week 9. What else would you do heroic encounters for? Oh, the weeklies? How do I feel about this? Let's do the other characters first before we start thinking about that. So what's the fastest? What can I do? Trying to think of did I leave the? No, I didn't leave the stuff on this character. So we could do some of the steps, I guess. Oh my gosh. This area is not considered a fireplace. Alright. Let's think about this. That took like 2.5 hours. Oh no, that actually took 2 hours. Okay. Always have to check. Okay, so I guess for this we will do these, right? And then this, I guess. And then we will do this along the way. Just do like 5 steps. See how long that takes? 803. Oof. Wolf. I'm actually looking for wait. Are you telling me they're not actually? Oh, that's interesting. No, I would actually I take back what I say. What I said earlier. I don't think they're actually visible when you don't have it. Wait, are they? I only briefly glanced. We'll go back and see. We'll go back and see. I'm actually kind of curious. Nothing, please. Oh, hey, thanks for teleporting down here for me. Unless those other players were doing that, and then that's why they're. I didn't see any, but we'll see. I might take back my comment I made earlier. We have to go to a less populated area to really know, though. But we'll see. We just have to get 5. Does your paladin hit exceptionally hard or just weak mobs? Most of my tanks hit exceptionally hard. I'm not really being defensive with them. Or like I don't usually I don't usually build my I don't play with defensive tanks. They're defensive enough, but not particularly. Yeah. So mostly I mostly min-max my for efficiency, not min-max for capping. I don't cap. Wait, that can be misconstrued if you're a boomer. I mean, if you're a boomer, if you're a zoomer. I mean, I don't cap my stats for a specific task. My general thing is I usually prefer to be a tank. The only reason I was on my Blade Master when I was playing just now, my Barbarian, is because my tank requires like moving things, and I'm too lazy to move things. Yes, indeed. There's more to be gained by being all around than min-maxing for that 2%, right, Silver? Buying for that 2%, I guess. Get that gear for that 2%. Although it's pretty not the hottest in single target, so it's like only mildly okay. Single target. Tanks usually not the hottest in general. Except master runs? What do you mean by except master runs? No, same difference. You get too much diminished returns. The 5% gap between being a rounded tank and a specialized tank, that 5% doesn't reduce significantly reduce your success rate. No change in approach. What it does give you is you can compensate. So what I mean is, in master runs, you can compensate for failing, so it gives you more flexibility. What I didn't say is, I do have loadouts with min-maxing in place, but I rarely ever use them. Prepare. But no, I don't use them in masters either. This game has a lot of lots of flexibility. Shogun, I'm getting into. Oh, that's a gear thing. You don't have to need. Yeah. But that's a gear thing. You just need to own the tickets. If you know what I mean. If all the rest of your gear wasn't min-maxed or rounded or anything, as long as you have the tickets, you're more likely to get in. It's an admission cost. Disappointing admission costs, but you know, people who think that they're really, really challenging, they choose to pick the least amount of challenge, right? You know what I mean? Right? They're really, really good players. Like, really, really good players. Only if you have the abiding tickets. You know, the ticket requirement. If I had to apply the same logic, this just happened recently. You can pick it out on your own, what this means. You are only good when the condition suits you. Your logic only works when you pick the example that supports your logic. It narrows someone's ability to see alternatives. But it could make that person get that 2% difference though. So 2% is nothing to scoff at when the difference at the top, I don't know, 1% is that 2%, I suppose. I'm more of a success kind of person, so I mean, not success, sufficient. I'm more of a sufficient person. It's sufficient for the most part. What happens is overall, I will, over the longevity of the game, like for example, if I play 20,000 hours and someone else played 20,000 hours, who is more likely to gain more pragmatic skills? The person doing more. Not more of one thing, just more overall. But it does give the other person the bragging rights of doing that one thing very, very well. It also makes them very, very bad at in exchange at other things. Have you done? No, not really. I've entertained some people who kept saying that, hey, training, and I'm like, all right, okay, well, opt in one of those. I guess for the most part, people understand the mechanics. For the most part. I mean, I would say the arguments and stuff in Master Demo is even a little bit more comical and entertaining. The debuff ring is great. Yeah, I do like the gear from there, but I'll wait until I can just haphazardly play with different people. I mean, it would be great to... I mean, I'm not even part of a guild. Wrestling up some peeps, one of the ticket requirements is that you're part of a guild. You might be thinking, "Nuh-uh, that's not true. We always..." Like, no, you don't. Leave your guild. Play for 6 months and then come back and tell me. Come back and tell me that you still back your statement. I mean, they could come back in 6 months and back my statement, but I'm not the one losing anything. They just simply want it to be right for pride or whatever have you. It doesn't... I don't lose anything. They just come back and tell me the same thing. It's like, all right, what have I learned? They learned nothing. That's all they proved to me. So, sure. They couldn't appreciate my perspective. So, I have very little to gain from that. If I were being selfish. I like that it's good in a different way that is definitely tiered high. Definitely not tiered high. Yes. It's not your standard power creep bump, right? It creates a new diversity in nuance in playstyle, right? So I do enjoy that. It's a shame that that's usually not what people are receptive to in Neverwinter. You know what I mean, Thaler? Like, you have to get into the headspace of Cryptic. How often do they get critical feedback that gear isn't power creeping? And then when they power creep gear, well, you know, you have people that complain about superseding their old gear, etc. However, it's still far less negative than changing nuances of gameplay. If you had to take a gamble, changing the nuance of the way gear works, right? These gears, like these modifiers, are more likely to create overall larger negative sentiments. Like overall, inherently, a larger subset of players will have negative sentiments than power creeping the gear, most of the gear. But there are some interesting ones, you know, that they're kind of itching a little towards, like enemies facing you instead of just enemies not facing you, right? So like they're maturing the different nuance plays, like things that encourages a different type of positioning, but it's not aggressive enough, personally, because I'm a novelty seeker. I'm biased towards constantly changing the play style. Not quite it, but I appreciate the ring designs here. I appreciate where they're going with it. It's kind of interesting. It leaves me hopeful for nuanced play. Like, for instance, I would love to have a tank gear set that deals with getting smacked as hard as possible. Like, just keep getting smacked. And then a tank set, that deals with only successfully blocking things with stamina. Not your face. Blocking with stamina. Like, it only procs off using your stamina as a consequence of getting hit. What does that do? Well, it gives me some additional nuance to the way I already play instead of running in and standing there. Or, not my favorite, but it's worth noting, honorable mentions go to this ring right here. Where is it? Let me find it. Where is it? The return of this ring. Wait, is this ring actually not listed here? Are you telling me the running ring is actually not listed in the collection? You have got to be kidding me. That ring is actually not listed. The reduced threat ring is listed. What the heck? Dude, see, this is what I mean by QCing. It's this ring. Here, let me pull it up this way. I need to highlight this honorable mention. Right here. Right here. When you've been running for 1 second, you generate threat around you every second as long as you continue running. So now you can easily pick out the inefficient tank players, but the ones who are inefficient but still enjoy having fun. So all they do is just put on like 30% movement speed, run like Roadrunner around circles and spinning mobs around, and then doing this. I mean, it's an alternative playstyle. It's hilarious to look at. When I'm healing, I just don't bother. It's like, oh yeah, you want to jump in 30%. You know, when you jump and you're running in one direction and you jump, the entire healing ring can miss. Like the healing spells can miss you. So if you ran around and got killed, my bad. But it's really your bad. But you know, it's still funny that there are tanks running around with 50% movement speed, like 50% additional movement speed, and just running around. Yeah. So it's the running threat one. So immediately it's fun because you log in and you see this guy's like, whoa, this guy is really fast. And it's like, wait, has this guy used any of his like at all, the abilities at all? It's like, no, this is the running ring. This is the running ring. You look at the inspects, like, ah, yeah, okay, well, so they just run around in circles everywhere and like, yeah, cool, awesome. It's an alternative playstyle though. I like it. What I would say is, Cryptic, go hammer, create an create a body piece, for example, a chest piece. You deal a tank, if your role is tank or something, maybe something like this, it deals 60% extra damage if you haven't attacked in 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Something a little bit reasonable. And then you have like a tank's like, woo, I'm running around, bonk on the boss, and then run around some more, you know? That's alternative playstyle. It's a nuance. So then you have players that are constantly tracking and micro-tracking 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So the new set is sort of getting closer to something like that. You know, it's only proc based on if you hit the shift button, right? It's getting there. I mean, it'll be interesting if they continue to follow through with different playstyles. That's the richness, in my opinion, to combat. Combat MMOs have that richness. There's position. There's split-second decisions, I guess, to some extent. Or dynamic decision-making, I suppose. We'll say dynamics decision-making, because if you know the permutation and the loops of your opponent, you're technically not making split-second decisions. It feels like split second to most people who think that they're not thinking before they're doing something. But anticipation and your conditioning can reduce the amount of time it takes to form a thought. So here, it would be kind of cool. I would love to see a running based thing, which there are many mechanics. If you play a roguelike game, if you play other games, you can enhance these alternative playstyles, and then soon it'll be like, oh, what kind of tank is this? But I had this discussion a long time ago, or actually not a long time ago. I had this discussion on week 1 when I was evaluating these rings, or like evaluating the the gear set, and I talked about a few archetypes. And one drawback is it will raise the player awareness gap. So like player party randomness will become less consistent because there are more playstyles. The more playstyles there are, the less consistent the play experience will be, since you could legitimately have desperate and non-synergistic playstyles happening, which is what makes other games more interesting, because the experience and skill of the player is based on adaptivity, which is the generalist. Neverwinter is a specialist game. You specialize in something and you continue to refine it until you specialize it. There was not one time in my near 10 plus year tenure did I ever felt like, oh, I lied. I bumped into like 2 or 3 people over the course of my tenure with this game, that they were truly dynamic players, that instead of saying anything about bending towards a standard, they simply just hold on to 3 or 4 things and adapt it dynamically. This is not a game for dynamic play. It's a game for min-maxing and status quos. Case in point, this is an absolute fact that you cannot change. The way Cryptic has provided the metrics of this game illustrates that very point. The metrics are one-dimensional. That metric almost literally one of the biggest driving force to specializing your entire community, because that's what the focus would be. You put your Zen store right in the middle of the screen, it will become a focal point. You put a damage chart that doesn't even parse numbers, it will become the singular focal point for specialization. Losing stamina and damage 10% or more of your HP gives a stack and consumes, right? Yeah, things like that. Yeah, that sounds fairly reasonable. I would probably tweak the values a little bit just because of how much damage you actually take from one hit. Like the hit that would proc it is like really extraordinarily excessive. So 5 stacks would be too great. You know, your tank will be dead and lose all the stacks by the time that happens. Like the diminished return is too great. The tank would be dead by then to maximize the proc, like the stacking. But that's a great it's a great thing. Those are great ideas to encourage different types of playstyle. It hasn't happened in 10 years, so let's not let's be a little bit realistic about it. The biggest chances this year though, because it was a change in leadership. So if there's any year within the next couple, it's probably 2023 for a change in direction. They set the first, I'm just taking the word for it, right? They claim that the first change, the first update of 2023 is under the new leadership. So, a bit back, leadership swapped places, but 2023's first update, I think, is the first time the new leadership proposed something. So, it'll be interesting. It has been going towards that, I feel, because of the role-based. That's a little different, I think. The role-based thing is... I said this in the first, 2 or 3 weeks, but it's more of copy pasta, triple dipping on a single asset. Instead of making 3 assets, it will be a crutch to developing new playstyles. Because if that type of design continues to move forward, it would become less and less about mechanical differences. It will be about stat roll differences. unless they're really going to write like a encyclopedia in their gear thing where it says if the role is tank, this is the unique playstyle the tank's gonna have. And then I think the role system is going to take away resources for designing separate gear for different playstyles. It's actually gonna, in my opinion, probably detract from trying to differentiate between the roles. The gear right now, those role gears, it doesn't differentiate between the 3 roles. Because the effective thing you're gaining is stats, not mechanics. It doesn't differentiate the tank, healer, or the player mechanically. Like the actual gear doesn't do anything different. It just provides stats that they find are appropriate, which they're okay. You know, outgoing healing for healers, stamina regen for outgoing healing and AP for healers, and stamina and incoming damage for incoming damage resistance for tanks and whatnot. It definitely doesn't look good when you have a new gear that's percent damage heals with the same. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. So what I'm saying, what I'm hopeful for is they become 3 different things. And in fact, then you get to choose different effects for the 3 different things. So like a gear that be like, if a tank drops below stamina, or a tank who's at full stamina, like, you know, something that encourages a different playstyle. Right now, they're lumping them together. So the role system is legit. One thing they're gaining is they only have to make one thing, right? So less resources. It's faster to make. You can make more of them, more of that type of gear, right? It requires less it requires less time and resources to make those things. However, it's also making a one-size-fits-all weapon, which is, does a tank actually want to decide when to shift? No. I really hope, I mean, personally, as a preferential tank player, the moment I see a weapon that makes you want to not shift, and as a healer, the moment a tank wears something that makes them not want to defend very often, I'd rather just stare at the wall and not heal the tank, because that tank is probably face tanking most of the time. 30 seconds? Dude, you might as well just proc it. It doesn't even matter. You just mindlessly just shift the note. You didn't change your playstyle because you can't. Like, it's pretty presumptuous to think that the tank gets to choose when to block most of the time to take advantage of that weapon set's proccing ability. Even an automated threshold conditional would be more appropriate than attaching it to shift. It's even worse for me, but you know, I don't really mind. It won't reduce or increase my success, since I shift a lot. I shift whenever I think I'm receiving incoming damage. There is one trick though. 15 seconds of sitting down with a when doing, yeah, I know, but they can overlap too. So you can actually get 13. You can actually, you know, like they're not like you can actually it can actually end up being at the same time. It could be a 30-second it's from 50. It could be a 30-second cooldown if they both proc at the same time. They can both be active at the same time. What I do appreciate is, though, at least tanks will hit something with this gear, I guess. It is offsetting. Here are the pros. Here are the pros of this design, right? At least for tank players. They would get a baseline damage decrease, right? Like, what I mean is that they will take less damage even though they're face tanking overall. So it would still help them overall because they're face tanking everything, right? That's great. That offsets that. And then it would encourage them to hit something, even if it's inefficient and outside of their playstyle. So when they're face tanking and hitting things, yeah, overall this would be a performance bump for the specialist tanks nowadays. The most common specialized tank right now is HP stacking, face tanking everything, running around in circles. I'm not sure what you mean by nothing for 30 seconds. Both these effects can only occur every 30 seconds. Right? So it just so happens you proc one. I'm not talking about the active, like, I'm not talking about the active effect of the thing. I'm talking about the occurrence. So there would be a 30-second gap. Because we're talking about the mechanics of proccing the thing, not the effects uptime and downtime. Unless you are talking about stats again. Because if you're talking about stats, then sure. But usually, when we're talking about mechanical procs, we're talking about how your playstyle is going to line up with proccing the thing. Right? So it could be every 30 seconds. Not that it would always be every 30 seconds, but it ranges from the gap between the first proc and the default proc, which is shift. The guarantee proc is the shift. And then the dealing combat advantage damage proc is a percentage basis, 10% of the time. So naturally, when someone's thinking about this, yeah, so most of the time they would shift every 30 seconds, and then they're just gonna whack, just with reckless abandon. They're just gonna keep whacking. That's the behavior that's gonna happen. It does encourage the tank to be at a combat advantage too, while whacking, so that's kind of nice. But if I had to guess, that's more like a 60-40 split. 60% of the time, the tank is not concerned with combat advantage. I kid you not. They don't position for combat advantage. They're more like running around in circles. Just like run, skirt somewhere, and the second proc would encourage the tank to focus on dealing combat advantage. And they wouldn't concern themselves with the first proc because they would hit shift naturally within 30 seconds. If they want to optimize the proc, they would have to know that they need to hit shift in gaps of 30 seconds. They could do a situational proc, which is like in trials, right? You know a big hit is coming, so you got to make sure you haven't shifted yet, and then you shift within the 30 seconds. Are we on the same? That goes into cooldown right after you proc it, not after the effect ends? Yeah. But you're still talking about the effect. I'm not talking about the effect. I'm talking about your playstyle on proccing it. I don't understand why we are not, we're not even in the same book. We're not only we're not on the same page, we're also not even reading the same book. I agree with what you're saying. 15 seconds up, 15 seconds down. Sure. I'm talking about the playstyle someone would have to maximize the proc time. Oh, unless you're talking about... Wait, I haven't considered. Does it count down when the effect is in effect? I don't think so, right? Because we're on this... I thought we were on the same page with that. So when you proc it, the cooldown is going to start, right? Yeah, so once you proc it, it's 30 seconds until you can proc it again, right? Not after the effect expires. And then it starts counting down. I actually don't know. I wasn't sure about that because there's no internal timer on these things. So it's not like you proc it 15 seconds, then the cooldown starts at the end of 15 seconds. It's just you proc it, it starts counting down from 30. Okay. I don't even know how the old relic sets work either. So say 30, right? So if you're a tank player, say you're like me and I love talking about hypotheticals and situational dynamic play, right? How do you ensure an overall efficiency from the shift? Well, blindly, you could just say, hey, have I shift within the right on the mark of every 30 seconds? Like, I just casually just hit shift every 30 seconds. Overall, if you're constantly in battle, you will increase in efficiency by default. If you try to at least get the 15 seconds every single time, right on the mark, and have no overlapping downtime in proc, right? You would still increase in efficiency because 15 seconds of the 30-second wait time is substantial if you just keep proccing it at every 30 seconds. Now you can think of it as a situational thing. So how about only shifting when you're gonna get punched in the face like a lot? Like for example, engaging. When you initiate, right? When you initiate, you will naturally tap shift and then continue to attack. So this setup is pretty decent. Like from my perspective, right? You relentless, say like you charge in, you use a skill, and then you would immediately just hit shift once, and then you just begin nailing the people. That's it. It will continue to get that 15 second value. If the fight goes too long, which it generally doesn't, this has nearly 100% effectiveness because it mitigates most of the upfront damage on initiation. So that design is great. It's awesome, and it follows up with a potential of an additional proc to enhance that effectiveness. So mob sequence, nice. Mob sequence, nice. I'm sorry, this is playing too. This is also part of Neverwinter. So if you don't prefer to see this, you could find someone else. Yeah, this is part of Neverwinter's gameplay. And also now I'm just in tank situations, right? Like maybe I'm not putting this in a place where I'd be a tank in a solo environment. Maybe I'm not putting... Oh no, I'm talking about party play. So in a mob situation, when you're in like Lair of the Mad Mage, for example, you initiate, a lot of times the biggest input of damage is on the initiation front. So this set really goes well with that idea that the tank initiates would hit shift at least once or even hold shift. Most of the time, if you're the healer, or at least when I'm the healer, the tank will initiate, shift a little, and then let go of shift, and it gets smacked in the face. So this is effective right? It effectively mitigates that, at least for the first 15 seconds, so you don't get like OTK'd or like super comboed. In a dungeon setting, not solo environment. I mean, it works for solo environment too, sure. Yeah, that still applies because you're alone. In a boss setting, how would you manipulate your playing style to maximize these two things? Well, you can choose to not shift until you know a boss is gonna slap you. That's a possibility. So you can proc it around the time when the boss is gonna slap you. Or you can just choose to defend most of the time, like as per usual, and just say, oh, whatever, it's gonna be up all the time whenever it gets off, right? And sometimes you'll get it, sometimes you don't. And then you can wail on a boss. So which one is more effective? I don't know. Like, well, I guess we'll test it, you know. Thanks, Silver. Enjoy the rest of your you know, days until next time we talk. Yep. Enjoy your rest. Good luck tomorrow. Hope you find something that entertains your strikes your fancy. Thanks for hanging out. In the end of the day, Valor, the mechanics the game is, the equipment the game is providing won't inherently change the playstyle of the player. I just hope that the overall effectiveness goes up just by doing what you are already doing, which is fair. And what am I gonna do? I'm not gonna change anything. I'm just gonna do the same thing. If I'm using that set, right, I would still do the same thing. Yeah. So it's like minor. Instead, you want to simplify for efficiency. So you just hit shift like you normally do, attack like you normally do. Don't worry about it. It probably ends up being a statistical minor difference. It's just a minor performance difference. And sometimes you get lucky, right? So sometimes the timing just happens. Like you just happen to shift and got the combat advantage proc at the same time as, I don't know, Halser throwing a ball at your face, right? And it wasn't within the other 15 seconds, if you know what I mean. This is assuming that you get the proc every 30 seconds stacked from the combat advantage and the shift. The shift will be there, you know, it'll be there. However, you don't know when it's not there and when it has a downtime if you're just willy-nilly. However, I would play it that way because choosing when to shift to me is counterintuitive as a spot blocker. It should. Yeah, it should. For Blade Master. Yes. I mean, well, it should for most pain givers, if you know what I mean. Because the weapon design is pain giver forward and then tack on a roll change. So I mentioned this before when we were evaluating the sets. It's a pain giver it's a pain giver's perspective on most sets when they have a roll stat here. The proc and the mechanics is from a pain giver's perspective. Like mechanically what a pain giver would do. You know, healers have at-wills that actually heal things. It would be kind of interesting if the proc wasn't to do combat advantage damage, but a 10% chance off of an at-will heal. You know? Food for thought. So I actually think it creates a one-size-fits-all. Like, going all the way back around, it does enhance a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. A pain giver's perspective on one-size-fits-all. What would be my alternative for the shielding thing? The guaranteed proc would be when the tank's stamina reduces by 50%. Or more. Like, what I mean is when it drops below 50%. And then the combat advantage proc, when it drops down by 100%. Like when your guard is broken. And you can still have the 30-second cooldown, sure. That's fine. That would mean that the tank is putting themselves in too much danger, right? And that can be a mechanical understanding, a situational understanding that gives certain tanks an edge. But 50% then guard break. So if you get whomped like by a boss that just basically did like 150%, which leaves you with 50% of your HP left, right? You would at least hopefully get one tap life for both the healer and your sub. Tanks have very limited actions. So creating procs that are based on positioning and awareness increases their effective actions. To do more, you require more actions of freedom, and tanks have very limited actions. So the other alternative that you can harvest is a tank's requirement for awareness. You can condition someone to be aware of things to increase the opportunities of procs that are based on situations. Healers can do the same too, but healers do have a lot of actionable things to do. Pain givers sometimes feel like they have too many things. You know, like you can't face roll as fast as you can possibly face the animation completes. So they're not action starved in general. It's a different mindset. Having it attached to shift is assuming that tanks and healers play on a rotation. They don't. Like, you're not gonna hit shift, charge, taunt, shift, charge, taunt, like in a cycle that is close to like 15 seconds. So every 2 cycles you can line it up or something. No, you hit shift, random places everywhere. You attack random places everywhere. It's dynamic input versus looping input. So most of the game, when it comes to procs, deal with the idea of like it's a loop. It's a serial event, which I would use that set on my Blade Master, absolutely, without a doubt. there's no, you know, for me, the mightier leap, shift forward out of the mightier leap and go to town. And then by the time the 2 encounters are up, you're going to be at your tab phase, and your tab phase is probably going to proc the second thing, and then you repeat. So it lines up very well in like a looping serial execution way. Tanks and healers just don't. They don't with limited resources. If you're like a balls to the walls, like, hey, I never run out of divinity because somehow I broke the game kind of thing, and I never run out of stamina because I broke the gamer kind of thing, then sure, yeah, you can do that. Maybe there's a stamina-less tank. That would be interesting. There's no archetype like that, but a stamina-less tank. Just class feat, convert all stamina into HP. you know what I mean? So like instead you just don't have stamina. And then you can choose to shift whenever you want. Well, then again, it would have to convert the shift to something because you can't shift if you don't have any stamina. But still, that'd be interesting. Not that that can be a thing. Yeah. Oh, and I get you though. I get you. I do enjoy pain giving in the sense that this set would line up so well for pain giving, just like the celestial set, for example, still lines up with pain giving procs. The Lionheart was probably, it fares a bit better on utility. Unfortunately, where it has to like to switch the modes, it has to like, it's an all or none. The gradient makes it so that it creates effectively very low efficiency, so it's really more equipped for an all or none kind of play. So for example, right now I choose not to block. I choose to just walk around, because if you're always at half mass, like, you know, like half stamina, you're cutting your efficiency in both ways. You might as well just equip a different weapon. So like if you're trying to get the benefits of the compromise on reduced damage, you might as well just get a specialty weapon for it. It's trying to be more than one, but not quite often in the situations you would use them in. So, for example, the Lionheart provides 7.5 damage when you're at full stamina, right? Sweet. So you'll engage the mob, I guess blow your load, and ideally you have that time, then you guard and all your stamina depletes, and then the 7.5, you know, in reverse, right? That's the idea. So it's a little bit more in line with what people already do, kind of. I say that because there is a vast majority of players that just tank as a Justicar, and what they do is they actually leash from a distance, like World of Warcraft, and use like Valve of Enmity, and then that throws everything out the window of what I just said about engaging instead of leashing. I don't know. I look forward to what they come up with, though. I think in the end of the day, if they just come up with an idea that I don't expect, that's good enough for me. Or unpopular opinion, obviously. You can have people that drop in and try to gaslight you into doing what you should do. So your idea or the highway, I suppose. Like, I want this. This is the best idea. I know the best. I know the best for everyone, because I work on this day in and day out. I play this game all the time, so therefore I know what's best. That kind of mentality. Honestly, it would be kind of funny if they just cripple all the artifact weapons and then see how the community adapts to making the artifact weapons better, sufficient. just scale down all the artifact weapons and see how the community responds to that. How do they readjust all the min-maxing and the efficiency play? That would be a fun experiment, fun social experiment. We really only at 50? Oh, we didn't collect the sulfur from here. I'm convinced the first couple, wait, do these guys not? These things don't award, pins, do they? Or this quest? Wait. Yeah, they do. Why do I only have 50 pins? Did I not turn one in already? Guess not. Do you still play Thaler, or you're just here to do that thing? Honestly, from time to time I wasn't ever sure that you still play. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, sulfur. Yeah, I don't usually play around this time except for Tuesdays. But then once we finish next week, you're not gonna see me play in this time frame until the next update. I don't usually get on for another 3 hours. I get in the nosebleed section where when you get on, you'll see this guy said looking for a tank or a healer the last like 30 minutes. That's usually the time I'm on. You know, the same message over and over again. Those are the groups I go for. Wait, why am I not getting... I don't want to deal with you. Just go somewhere else. Leave me alone. I didn't, well, I did technically start late, but it's not because I wasn't here late. It was because, I'm at the end of my, another thing I was doing. I don't start until I'm done with that thing, which is before this. I only start when I get to start different projects, different content to make for the future. I have some ideas, or I'm taking some gambles, I guess. Yeah, you can call it a gamble. They're more like educated guessing, but I need to really snipe some heroic encounters here. Oh, I see. Are you still on day off? I use this as B-roll usually. There will be a day when there will be some days when it's not just B-roll. Neverwinter won't just be B-roll. That's usually like the first week or the first day of a release. it's ironic, but the culture of what makes Neverwinter interesting is the culture that live streaming doesn't cultivate, which is the continuous discussion about theoretical situations about gear and approaches to problem solving. Just in the wrong, not trending yet, but it will be trending potentially in the future. We'll see. We'll see how good my educated guessing is. Oh, okay. How does one manage snow where you are? Like, what is that like? Say you have a snowstorm go through, right? You know, from time at the beginning of the year instead of accruing. Oh, okay. Yep. Fair enough. Ooh. Wait, I'm about to kill Drow here. You're still on a... You're on the console, right? And, Master Demo is still... Master Demo is still not a thing, right? Like the new Master Demo. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, maybe not that interesting. Same problems arise, but same solutions were also utilized. Sitting in groups, watching them talk about like people name dropping ways to so-and-so did this, so-and-so did that. It was kind of interesting to observe who the who the source of information is still these days. And how one-dimensional they are. Like how people agree to disagree and whatnot about the solution. This is one player that like was livid. They were in the group I was in, like a random solo queue group, and gave it the ye olde college try, and then we all left. Like we didn't work out, and then immediately this person took to PE to voice their grievances, only to solo queue into another demo group, and they immediately left. So then that allowed everyone to leave, and the first thing that came out of their mouth in PE is like, it's time to quit this game. And then, you know, what happens when you voice that publicly because they need affirmation by the public? See you tomorrow. Obviously they could have meant, oh, it's time to quit for today, you know, like, yeah, well, I'm over it kind of thing. But happens all the time. It's the nosebleed hours of interaction. They also drop on the same day as well. No time gaps for content for this one. Oh, okay. So did you watch people run around in demo? Kind of exciting. I'm just generally queued as a healer these days because, well, more requests. Wait, how am I collecting? Okay. Yo, why are these dudes being so stingy? The conversations that still occur almost every night is the understanding of how scaling works. Which the more experienced player is more likely to overstep and iterate something slightly incorrect. But wait, can I do this and complete the thing? Hold up. 7 gives me 65. No, that's not enough. All right, we'll just maybe turn this in. Seven, that's 70. Oh, no. This gives 5 right now. I need one more. Okay. It was a little harder than people expected. So yeah, there was the people who wrote essay. Give me a need 6 more people for worms. Interesting. Give me a highlight. Something that left an impression on you. I had a mix, just to share. I had a mix between, someone who just legitimately knew that you could take next to 0 damage from demo as a tank. I guess I'm not gonna really say what they were doing efficiently, but it's not like clipping the boss or anything. It's just stamina is sufficient. And 2, I stand here and all my health is gone. So it was pretty. There were a lot of there was a lot of different mileage. We're not doing the worms. We're just gonna pick up one of the two easier, 2 smaller tasks and then call it a day. Oh, and two of the smaller heroic encounters. A guy couldn't understand. I couldn't understand that he got laser trying to escape demo. Master's new anti-corral the boss around mechanic. Oh yeah. The laser. Yeah. You can kind of still do it, But it's definitely not that you're definitely working harder. If you're one of those like prideful people, right? Like, oh, but this can still work, and you're like a Giga Chad with your overstatting. It's like, yeah, all right, sure. It's like, there, it still works. It's like, yeah, you can get it to work, sure, but that's like a lot of work. The Giga Chad. I am not a Giga Chad. Righteous indignation, man. Or Chads. Like, see, it still works. It's kind of like sometimes you watch people play Slay the Spire. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get this build to work. It's like, dude, if it works, props, man. But come on, you played this game long enough, you know your odds, right? People don't know the difference between Giga Chad and Pepeg. I mean, that is fair. They don't know. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. But listen, pride. Do you think pride is part of a Chad quality? I don't know. What do you think? Yay, nay. I need some. I think to me a true Chad doesn't even know they're a Chad. They're just doing them, you know? Pride requires you to know what you're doing. The Driders. Oh my gosh. All right. Game. Pride requires clout chasing. My qualifications of a Chad requires that they are unaware they are clout chasing. Yeah, basically. Yeah. I almost feel like the ones that are going out of their way just to prove a point, they're more like the... Is there like the opposite of a Giga Chad? What's an opposite of a Giga Chad? I guess clout chasing. Professional clout chaser? That's probably close to an anti-Giga Chad. 2 dried... Oh my... The never-ending cycle. I'm spent so much time doing this solo back and forth. When I see 4 worms, you know, you see 4 purple worms, right? For the requirement of this quest. You know, it took a person or people to say, hey, should we get the person to do 2 major encounters? Yeah, 2 is reasonable, right? Or was it more like, I don't know, 4? One thing I would say is it's probably not, it's a little bit less the latter because they could have chose 3. Imagine how triggering that would be to, you know, to the mainstream, right? Oh, you know, ooh, you could be so mean, like in a different way. You could be like you could be psychologically mean. No, 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 no. $7. 7, 3, 5. You know, the thing like, oh my gosh, 1 extra. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we're gonna partition all our stuffs with even numbers, but all our quests require odd numbers. There is a there is a really real example of this, microcurrencies. And when I mean microcurrencies, I mean the proprietary virtual currencies that games are proliferate with. They're bundles, right? You're left with, you know, to buy this pack, you can buy in 1,000 increments, but the pack is 1,050. Right? Oh, now we see people walk out after the first kill and not finish. Exactly. It's just so much lose-lose. It's overall just, ooh, that would be so mean. Excuse me? What girl? This game is free. Yes. Technically. I know, right? I was like, how'd you know this thing is a girl? I mean, that's pretty spot on though, but I'm not sure if that girl's free though. I mean, that's a oddly specific question. This game is free. It's free, and if you want to do yourself a favor, you could also delete this button just to make sure that it stays free for the time being. You know, you have to make your decisions, but ultimately, I still can say comfortably you can get your feel of this game without any monetary loss. Absolutely. If you're looking for like something to just shoot around without a big commitment, right? No fear of losing a lot or gaining a lot, then this is where it really feels the value is where that is in this game. You're not going to gain a lot, but you're also not going to lose a lot if you're willing to just occupy your time a little, you know, use a learning experience or what have you. This is definitely that type of thing. Little risk, but also at the cost of little risk, there's also less reward as well. It won't make you feel awful, and it won't make you feel cloud 9. I do it more for me B-roll. It's a nice finger thing. You get to see some entertaining sides of people. Tyler's like, boy, do we howdy. See the sides of interesting people. Right, Tyler? Not Twitch friendly though. Not Twitch friendly. So you will not see me talk about it or engage in it. It's like if I had to classify, it's a live service game. Yeah. No worries. It's a live service game. You hop in for 30 minutes. Once you play your first like 15 hours or so, it's a live service game. You pop in for 30 minutes, you do something, you pop out. Every week, like the first week of the reset, you might do a little bit more, maybe an hour, and then wait for the next update. Then the next, then the next. Yes, I did. Oh, have you tried the new pinning system? I have. I still don't quite understand. Or not understand. I still haven't quite adopted it in a way that I'm getting... I'm forming a habit with the pinning thing. Are you talking about this pinning thing? Like, these things? Like your menu pins? Yeah, I haven't really used it that much. I did sort my bag in a way as a like a loose expansion of that. I did do my bag things though, which was also introduced in this one. $90. I'm certain I did 2, right? 1. Oh no, did I evenly split between 2 things? Oh no. Oh my gosh. All right, well, whatever. We'll resolve that in the future. I'm over this. We can't just leave it here, right? We gotta do the last one. Can't run away. Can't run away. I gotta finish it through. Pride. Pride is on the line. Pride. This is for pride. I really... how much does it cost? I should estimate the cost. I wonder how much AD it takes to buy 15 insignias. $15 legendary insignias, just so I don't have to do this anymore. Og? Finishing the quest? Yeah, right. We're not finishing the quest. We have to do our 3rd tune. Ain't got any time for that finishing quest thing. What is this nonsense? Wait, how do I do... Oh no. Oh no. I don't remember. Oh no. Wait, is it this? Oh, wait. I remember. Is it this? What the f... Wait. Yeah, this is why I don't want to... This is why I don't want to... Oh. It's Barb. Okay. Oh my gosh. I've got them mixed up now. What? Wait, is it? Holy heck! Now I'm all mixed up. Yeah, I should write this down. I'm gonna take a... And then I'm just gonna buy 15. Get that. We're not doing this again. Just buy 15. Yep. Feels weird, man. Is the goal to park 3 tunes at the Dragon and complete them all at once? At the Dragon? Oh no. No. No, no, no. That would be kind of interesting though. Can you even do that? I don't think you can do that. Oh, you mean like one at a time, like back to back. Like do one, then do the other one. I don't know. They're just gonna be staggered. Next week is the last week, so I'm probably gonna take this guy to the same like amount as the last guy. It's been this way for a while, where I stagger. The barbarian is the one that's generally ahead, and then after 2 weeks it catches up. What I maybe am going to strongly consider for next week is to complete some of the repeatables and just stock the repeatables. I'm just seeing how long this takes for 3 tunes. Any particular reason? No particular reason. B-roll, I guess. B-roll. Austerity? Austerity. Do you still play one tune, or do you like super dabble now? Are you a super dabbler? Embrace the Chad. What? You butthead. Those NPCs attracted the mobs. Give me this campfire. What? I don't want to talk about it. Does this have a maximum target? Oh. Am I gonna get whomped? Oh boy. I wasn't paying attention. Oh yeah, I didn't get the campfire. I old a wizard a long time, but still mainly okay. Exclusively, I see. I thought everything was dead, so I just stood in it. One thing you can do here is you can kind of just go to the end, secure the campfire, and then continue running past certain things, but I've just realized that those silly NPCs actually keep you in combat. Even when you're really far ahead. Weird. You wanna see the campfire? Oh, now you do it, kind of thing. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the wizard changes are interesting. I saw some of those. What I mean by I saw some of those, I mean I saw some of those in action. There's a lot of anti-synergy stuff going on if you're a support player, but you know. New things to look at and spectate. Definitely different. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. Reggie, why'd you do that? I still play these three. Right now, this guy is the furthest behind. And when I mean behind, just the only thing that's behind between these are the companion gear. This is the one of the three that does not have companion gear. And what I mean by companion gear, I mean like the current companion gear. Temple of the Spider stuff is they're kind of like lateral movements, so I wouldn't consider them as a form in estimation of progress. They're lateral, not lateral, side, you know, just side grades. Especially when the predominant thing I'm doing is scale content. Oh, I hit that. I think I'm capped on companions now too. By cap, I mean like, auto account bound capped. Or account wide capped. It might be short one or something. I'm not sure if I have 10. Maybe 9, and then just pick up a legendary and create that. I have tokens that just accrue now because there isn't anything to upgrade. Especially mount tokens, and you can't repurpose them, so to speak. I don't know, that one is a bit more Papega. I'll let it slide. Let it slide for extra Papega. I don't mind it. It's not as great as the polite ones with the essays, you know? Like the polite ones with like the crazy essays now. Those are a little bit more entertaining, but they are also, they don't have charm. This one's kind of trying fairly hard, so, or I mean like, not it's lacking effort. Yeah, it's very charming in the lack of effort. It's really jank. It's very appropriate for this mood. You know, Neverwinter puts you in that mood, right? I don't mind it. Okay. Wish the owner the best, whoever's running that. That's a little below the mark. Oh man. There's some... Wait. Wait, what are they talking about? We got some drama. Some interesting drama. Oh hey, it's a Blade Master. Who would have thought? Indeed. How are you feeling these days? Are you still... Life treating you well, Valor? Life keeping you entertained? What are your thoughts these days? Is there any particular thing that sticks out? Rest assured, I have a lot of thoughts. In fact, I stream to get less thoughts. I am sequestering some of my thoughts when I stream and do this. Really? Didn't even have an animation. Oh yeah, you're totally not immune. Holy heck. Ugh, this DOT. Thank you. I gotta be on the ball now. We're getting into like the late hours. I gotta get more efficient. Focus. Ooh. Relaxing, doing your own thing. Alright. Not too much lately. Feels nice, a bit lonesome, but I like that more than stress. Oh, interesting. How was your holidays? How were your holidays? I mean, perhaps you're describing your holidays now that I think about it. Echoing that sentiment for your holidays as well? Perhaps? Some rubber banding. I see some interesting developments for the next 2 or 3 years of online culture. And I'm honestly, I think I'm a little bit excited, maybe a little bit concerned, but also quite excited about the new possible trends that are happening. I'm kind of looking forward to 2003. 2023. And I'm actually low key doing putting a lot of action. If I had to describe this feeling, I haven't felt this since yeah, it's been that long. That's why I have to actually think about it. Man, probably after I passed my graduate board exams, oral exams. That's probably the last time I was so excited to look forward to the incoming years. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting, like, nice things happening. Not like 2022 had some really concerning things, and those things largely ended up happening. But I'm really looking forward to how it's going to be shaped in 2023 and 2024. I spent most of December in retrospection, so when I tallied up the stuff, right? Tallied up the life that it was living in 2022. More concerns than not. Most of them realistically came about. 2023 has some interesting things. Could mark the beginning of a glorious 2024, so that's gotten me a little excited. Sort of. I see my family was a small gathering. That sounds delightful. Do you gather with family too? Do you gather with family often? Because I'm saying it's delightful, but I'm assuming something about family gatherings. So, you know, it could be stressful and not great. So I didn't want to assume. So I just wanted to ask you if it happens frequently, how you feel about it, you know, that kind of thing. Sometimes having family gatherings can be very stressful. Cue the, my cousins can be here, or my aunt twice removed, is, you know, etc. Free prisoner. Oh, we are getting this done fast, though. This is good. I need this. Reggie, listen. That delayed play dance, dude. Don't you dare hit me. Dang it. Stay there. Leave me alone. Nice. Oops. Alright. There's a prisoner up here. Holy heck, this person followed me all the way from up there. Alright, alright. I didn't realize your range is so far, dude. Oh, now you're dragging all those other dudes? Ugh. I feel regret. I feel inconvenienced. Some live very close, so it's like another... Okay, I see. I'm getting pretty tired, so I'm gonna head tonight. I hope to... Oh yeah, no worries. Thanks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for the candid conversations. Maybe catch you at the conclusion of all this nonsense. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your vacation. Your extended vacation. One prisoner. Oh, DOTs. So triggering. Everyone's doing worms. Man. Here we are again. 5th time today. Here we are. 4th time today. Man, that range is pretty absurd. Do they not jump? They don't. Venom shots don't jump. Got it. What the? How are you alive? Oh wait. I'm going on. Maybe I'll see you. Yeah. Yep. The final week. Next week. What am I going to say? I gotta prep that. Gotta sum up all my thoughts. Guess we're gonna have to break out a notepad. Oh. Stayed in combat for really almost there. Oh, wait. Something's still alive. Okay. Lot of upfront damage. Okay. What the? Come on. Come on. Rally up. Oh. It's actually a knockup. I thought it was a vortex thing. Now that. Yep. Really? That's like that thonk from the bop. It, range. Yeah. Think we're good? This takes me back, but I think I screwed up. I think I'm supposed to... Oh no, I didn't. I actually... Okay. Cool. I still need one heroic encounter. Okay. What's this? Scrolls of Empowerment? What is that? I think that puts us... I only need one quest left. We're just gonna turn this one in. And then do one heroic encounter. There it is. And we call it a day. Only took 4 hours. That singular quest line is really long. That didn't go. Something did not hit there. All right. We did it. We only added an extra hour to the playtime. Sorry. What can I say about today? 1 point is gained. I'm gonna give it like week 9. Assuming, so here's the Skippy, right? The Skippy is week 9. If you saved milestone 6 major line without using the pins, that incredibly is an incredibly long linear back and forth, and it retreads pretty much everything. So that's kind of a down point. Personally, I think that's like triple dipping on the same assets, but that's reasonable. I give it a 4 out of 10 because it gains a point. Removing the need to making the weapon set upgradable through task completion and currency is solid. 4 out of 10. Oh, next week we're finally gonna reach the end, and then I guess we kind of learn how to create the spider totem as well, or what is needed to investigate on a spider totem. Until then, see some of you next week, maybe. Yeah, 4 out of 10. Solid 4 hours. Talked about some stuff. All right, take care, everyone. Stay safe. Good luck with 2023. I'll see you next time. Bye.